Grizzly bear kills teen Boy Scout during camping trip. August 4th, 2025. Grizzly bear kills teen Boy Scout during camping trip. August 4th, 2025. The morning of July 30th, 2025, dawned clear and bright over the town of Bozeman, Montana, where Troop 447 had gathered in the parking lot of the First Methodist Church for what would become one of the most catastrophic wilderness tragedies in modern scouting history. 15 boys, ranging in age from 13 to 17, stood beside their packed backpacks, while 3 adult leaders performed final equipment checks under a sky so blue it seemed almost artificial in its perfection. The temperature hovered at a comfortable 68 degrees, and according to the National Weather Service forecast that Scoutmaster Robert Chen had checked 3 times that morning, the next 5 days promised ideal camping conditions with clear skies, mild temperatures, and virtually no chance of precipitation. None of them, not even Chen, with his 15 years of scouting experience and his wilderness first responder certification, could have predicted what awaited them in the remote backcountry of the Gallatin National Forest, where the boundaries between human civilization and untamed wilderness blurred into something ancient and unforgiving. Robert Chen, 42 years old, was a civil engineer by profession and had led Troop 447 for the past 7 years, with a safety record that bordered on obsessive. He stood 6 feet tall with graying hair cut short in a practical style, and his wire-rimmed glasses reflected the morning sun as he methodically reviewed the expedition checklist he had laminated and carried in the chest pocket of his hiking shirt. Chen had planned this particular trip for 8 months, obtaining permits through the Forest Service's online reservation system exactly 6 months in advance, studying topographic maps until he could visualize every contour line and drainage, and personally hiking the proposed route twice during the spring to assess trail conditions and identify suitable campsites. His wife, Margaret, had watched him spread those maps across their dining room table night after night, tracing routes with his finger while making notes in the margins about water sources, elevation gains, and bailout points in case of emergency. She had learned long ago that Robert's meticulous planning was not paranoia, but rather a manifestation of deep care for the boys under his supervision, each of whom he knew by name, knew their strengths and weaknesses, knew their family situations and personal challenges. Standing beside Chen was Assistant Scoutmaster Thomas Reeves, a 38-year-old high school biology teacher whose enthusiasm for outdoor education bordered on evangelical. Reeves stood shorter than Chen at 5'9", but his stocky build and sun-weathered face spoke to countless hours spent in the backcountry. He wore his brown hair longer than Chen's, pulled back in a small ponytail that his students often teased him about, and his forearms bore the tan lines and minor scars of someone who spent every possible weekend outdoors. Reeves had joined Troop 447 3 years earlier when his own son, Jason, had crossed over from Cub Scouts, and he had quickly become Chen's most trusted assistant, bringing a depth of natural history knowledge that transformed routine camping trips into mobile classrooms. His enthusiasm was infectious, and the boys had nicknamed him Professor Tom, though never to his face. Reeves had spent the previous week preparing species identification guides for the Gallatin Forest, printing out photographs of likely wildlife sightings and assembling geology samples to help the boys understand the volcanic history of the Yellowstone region. His backpack, significantly heavier than necessary, contained not just camping equipment, but also field guides, hand lenses, and specimen jars, because he believed that every moment in the wilderness presented teaching opportunities. The third adult leader was David Park, 26 years old, a recent addition to the troop's leadership who had eagled from Troop 447 8 years earlier and returned after completing his degree in outdoor recreation management at Montana State University. Park represented something of a bridge between the adult leaders and the older scouts, young enough to remember the social dynamics of adolescence, but mature enough to command respect. He wore his black hair in the same practical short style as Chen, and his Korean heritage showed in his broad cheekbones and dark eyes that seemed to absorb every detail of his surroundings. Park had spent 2 summers working as a backcountry ranger in Glacier National Park, where he had received extensive training in wildlife management, including specific protocols for operating in grizzly bear country. His resume included certifications in wilderness first aid, swift water rescue, and leave no trace principles, and Chen had specifically requested his presence on this trip because they would be traveling through designated grizzly habitat where every precaution mattered. Park had conducted the bear safety orientation for the troop 3 weeks earlier, showing slides of bear sign, demonstrating proper food storage techniques, and role-playing various encounter scenarios. He had been thorough, professional, and informative, and the boys had listened with the mixture of attention and adolescent invincibility that characterized their age group. Among the 15 scouts, Ethan Michael Brooks stood out not for his physical presence, which was slight and still caught in the awkward transition between childhood and maturity, but for his genuine enthusiasm for the outdoors that transcended the rank advancement and badge collecting that motivated many of his peers. At 15 years and 7 months old, Ethan had joined scouting at age 11 after his father, Michael Brooks, had taken him on a father-son campout and watched him transform from a shy, bookish child into someone who seemed to expand and come alive under open skies. Ethan stood 5'7" and weighed perhaps 130 pounds, with sandy brown hair that persistently fell across his forehead no matter how many times he pushed it back, and hazel eyes that held genuine curiosity about the natural world. His mother, Patricia Brooks, had sewn his scout shirt with all his merit badges, arranged in careful rows, and he wore it with a pride that had nothing to do with vanity and everything to do with accomplishment earned through effort and study. Ethan's best friend in the troop was Marcus William Thompson, also 15, whose athletic build and natural leadership abilities had made him the troop's senior patrol leader. Marcus stood nearly 6 feet tall already, with dark skin that deepened to rich brown in summer sun, close-cropped black hair, and a quick smile that put everyone around him at ease. His father, William Thompson, served as a lieutenant in the Bozeman Fire Department, and Marcus had inherited his father's calm demeanor in crisis situations and his methodical approach to problem-solving. Where Ethan excelled at the academic and naturalist aspects of scouting, Marcus demonstrated practical skills in camping, first aid, and outdoor cooking that had earned him the respect of boys years older. The two had become inseparable friends during a week-long summer camp 2 years earlier, bonding over shared tent assignment and discovering compatible personalities that balanced Ethan's quiet intellectualism with Marcus's active pragmatism. Their friendship had deepened through countless campouts, service projects, and court of honor ceremonies until their families had begun including each other in holiday celebrations and birthday parties. The youngest scout on the expedition was Jacob Samuel Foster, 13 years old and small for his age, with red hair and pale skin that burned easily despite liberal application of sunscreen. Jacob had joined Troop 447 only 8 months earlier, after his family relocated to Bozeman from Seattle, and he still carried himself with the uncertain posture of someone seeking acceptance in an established social group. His father, Samuel Foster, worked as a software engineer for a remote tech company, and his mother, Rebecca, taught elementary school music. Jacob had begged his parents for months to let him join the Scouts, believing that outdoor skills and group membership might help him make friends in their new town, and his enthusiasm had convinced them despite their own lack of camping experience. Jacob idolized the older scouts, especially Marcus and Ethan, trailing after them during troop meetings and hanging on their every word when they shared stories of previous camping trips. His genuine eagerness to learn and help, combined with his good humor about his own inexperience, had begun to win him acceptance, though he remained on the periphery of the troop's social structure, always watching, always trying to prove himself worthy of full inclusion. Christopher James Miller, 16, occupied the opposite end of the social spectrum from Jacob. Having been in the troop since its formation and carrying himself with the casual confidence of someone who knew his place in the hierarchy. Christopher, who insisted everyone call him Chris, stood 5'10", with the lean build of a distance runner, light brown hair kept fashionably longer than the crew cuts preferred by many scouts, and blue eyes that held mischievous intelligence. He came from one of Bozeman's wealthier families. His father, James Miller, owned 3 auto dealerships across Montana, and his mother, Susan, served on the boards of multiple charitable organizations. Chris had every advantage of privilege, but possessed enough self-awareness and genuine decency to avoid the worst excesses of entitlement. He excelled at scouting not from need, but from genuine interest, and his bedroom at home contained high-end camping equipment that most adult backpackers would envy. Chris had earned his Eagle rank 6 months earlier, at age 15 and a half, making him one of the youngest Eagles in troop history, and he had recently been elected to serve as Assistant Senior Patrol Leader, a position that suited his leadership abilities and social skills. Daniel Scott Hayes, 15, represented the troop's unofficial naturalist, a boy who could identify bird calls, track animals, and name plants with ease that came from obsessive study and countless hours spent hiking with his grandfather. Daniel stood 5'8" with a stocky build that hinted at future bulk, dark blonde hair usually hidden under a well-worn baseball cap from Yellowstone National Park, and brown eyes that constantly scanned his surroundings for wildlife sign. His grandfather, Robert Hayes Sr., had worked 30 years as a ranger in Yellowstone before retirement, and Daniel had spent every possible summer visiting the park, learning its ecosystems and animals with depth that exceeded most college ecology students. Daniel's passion for wildlife had made him invaluable on troop camping trips, where he served as an interpreter of the natural world, explaining tracks, identifying scat, and predicting animal behavior based on season and habitat. His merit badge sash contained every wildlife and environmental badge available, and he had recently begun corresponding with professors at Montana State University about their wildlife biology program, already planning his college major and career path at an age when most boys remained uncertain about next week. Ryan Patrick O'Connor, 16, brought to the troop a working-class perspective that balanced the more privileged backgrounds of some members. Ryan's father, Patrick O'Connor, worked as a plumber, and his mother, Mary, cleaned houses to supplement their income, leaving little money for extras or luxuries. Ryan had joined scouting because the troop's scholarship fund covered his dues and camping fees, and he had discovered in the program something he had never experienced before, a place where his lack of expensive possessions did not matter, where he could excel based on his own skills and initiative. Ryan stood nearly 6 feet tall with the broad shoulders and calloused hands of someone who had helped his father with physical labor since middle school. With bright red hair he inherited from his Irish heritage, green eyes, and a face full of freckles. He possessed natural mechanical aptitude and practical skills that made him the go-to scout when equipment broke or repairs needed making. Ryan had earned fewer merit badges than some others, not from lack of ability but from lack of time and resources, yet the badges he wore represented genuine mastery rather than rushed completion, and the other scouts had learned to defer to his judgment on practical matters. Trevor Allen Martinez, 14, was another newer scout who had joined Troop 447 a year earlier with his younger brother, Luis. Trevor stood 5'6" with the compact build of a wrestler, which he was on his high school's freshman team, with black hair kept very short, dark brown eyes, and brown skin that reflected his Mexican-American heritage. His father, Alan Martinez, owned a successful landscaping business, and his mother, Maria, worked as a nurse at Bozeman Deaconess Hospital. Trevor had grown up bilingual, switching effortlessly between English and Spanish depending on context, and he brought to the troop a strong work ethic and uncomplaining attitude toward physical challenges. He excelled at the more physically demanding aspects of scouting, carrying heavier loads without complaint, taking on the hardest jobs at campsites, and pushing through discomfort with determination that earned respect from older scouts. Trevor's younger brother, Luis, only 13 but tall for his age at 5'8", followed him with admiring eyes, trying to emulate his brother's toughness and capability. Luis had lighter skin than Trevor, taking after their mother, with the same dark hair and eyes and a more talkative personality that contrasted with Trevor's quiet intensity. Andrew Charles Bennett, 17, was the troop's oldest active member and served as quartermaster, managing equipment and ensuring proper maintenance of troop gear. Andrew stood 6'1", with a thin, angular build that made him look taller than his actual height, with light blonde hair receding slightly at the temples despite his youth, pale blue eyes behind silver-rimmed glasses, and the pale complexion of someone who spent more time reading than recreating outdoors. Andrew's intelligence was obvious in his precise speech and careful thinking, and while he lacked the natural outdoor abilities of scouts like Marcus or Daniel, he compensated through methodical preparation and studied technique. His father, Charles Bennett, was a professor of philosophy at Montana State University, and his mother, Elizabeth, worked as a librarian, and Andrew seemed destined for academic pursuit rather than outdoor adventure. Yet he found in scouting a structured program that rewarded planning and organization, and he had developed real competence in outdoor skills through persistent effort. Andrew had earned his Eagle rank 3 months earlier and planned to continue in the program until aging out at 18, finding in the troop a social group more comfortable than the often chaotic environment of his high school. Nathan James Wilson, 14, represented one of the quieter members of the troop, a boy who participated fully but spoke little, preferring action to words. Nathan stood 5'7" with a medium build that had recently begun adding muscle, brown hair cut in a simple style, and brown eyes that watched more than engaged. His father, James Wilson, worked as an accountant, and his mother, Jennifer, stayed home with Nathan's 3 younger sisters, creating a household where Nathan had learned early to find quiet spaces for himself. Nathan had joined scouting seeking male companionship and outdoor adventure away from a house dominated by female siblings, and he had found in the program exactly what he sought. He rarely volunteered for leadership positions or spoke up in meetings, but he completed every task assigned with thorough competence, earned merit badges steadily, and had developed genuine camping skills through consistent practice. The other scouts sometimes forgot about Nathan's presence, his quiet nature making him easy to overlook, but those who paid attention recognized his reliability and undemanding friendship. Tyler Brandon Pierce, 15, brought to the troop an artistic sensibility unusual among teenage boys. Tyler stood 5'9" with a slender build, dark brown hair that he wore longer and styled with product that seemed out of place in a scout uniform, hazel eyes, and delicate features that had made him a target for bullying before finding acceptance in the troop. His father, Brandon Pierce, worked as an architect, and his mother, Stephanie, taught art at the high school, and Tyler had inherited creative talents from both parents. He filled notebooks with sketches of landscapes, wildlife, and fellow scouts, and he had earned multiple art and photography merit badges that interested him more than the traditional outdoors skills that other boys pursued. Tyler had joined scouting at his father's urging. his dad hoping that outdoor activities and male bonding might toughen up a son who seemed too sensitive for the harsh social environment of adolescence. Instead, the troop had provided Tyler a place where his differences were accepted and his artistic documentation of camping trips became valued contributions to the troop's culture. Tyler brought his camera on every outing, capturing images that decorated the troop's meeting room and social media pages, providing visual history that connected current members to the program's traditions. Rounding out the roster were 3 more scouts whose presence would prove significant in different ways during the coming days. Michael Thomas Rodriguez, 16, served as the troop scribe and brought organized record-keeping to administrative tasks that other boys found tedious. Michael stood 5'8" with a stocky build beginning to show athletic development from his recent dedication to weightlifting, black hair, dark brown eyes, and brown skin that reflected his Mexican heritage on his father's side. His father, Thomas Rodriguez, owned a small restaurant in downtown Bozeman, and Michael had worked there since age 12, learning customer service and business skills alongside traditional education. Michael approached scouting with business-like efficiency, maintaining rosters, tracking advancement, and managing communications with precision that made adult leaders' jobs easier. Kevin Paul Schmidt, 15, brought to the troop an easygoing personality and natural humor that made him popular despite average abilities in outdoor skills. Kevin stood 5'10" with a heavy build that his mother Paula worried about constantly, light brown hair, blue eyes, and a round face that smiled easily. His father, Paul Schmidt, drove trucks for a living, often away for days at a time, and Kevin had learned to fill emotional gaps with jokes and light-hearted banter that kept things fun. Finally, there was Brandon Lee Jackson, 14, an African-American scout whose family had moved to Bozeman from Chicago 2 years earlier, seeking escape from urban violence. Brandon stood 5'9" with an athletic build from playing basketball, close-cropped black hair, dark brown eyes, and the cautious demeanor of someone still adjusting to life in a predominantly white community. His father, Lee Jackson, worked as a nurse at the same hospital as Trevor's mother, and his mother, Denise, taught at the middle school. Brandon had joined scouting, seeking outdoor experiences completely unavailable in his former urban environment, and he approached camping with urban kids' mixture of enthusiasm and uncertainty about wilderness skills. The gear check that morning took 45 minutes as Robert Chen moved methodically from scout to scout, weighing packs on a portable scale he had brought specifically for this purpose and checking contents against the packing list he had distributed 3 weeks earlier. Chen had learned from years of experience that teenagers, left to their own devices, would either overpack dramatically, bringing unnecessary items that added weight without value, or underpack critically, forgetting essential gear that could mean the difference between comfort and misery, or even safety and danger. He paid particular attention to the 10 essentials that every scout was required to carry. Navigation tools including map and compass, sun protection including sunglasses and sunscreen, insulation including an extra layer beyond what they wore, illumination in the form of headlamps with spare batteries, first aid kits properly stocked with current supplies, fire starting equipment including waterproof matches and fire starter, repair kit including duct tape and cord, nutrition beyond their planned meals, hydration including water bottles and purification method, and emergency shelter such as a space blanket or bivy sack. Each pack also required to contain a whistle for signaling, a small knife or multi-tool, personal medications if any, toiletries including biodegradable soap and toilet paper, and appropriate clothing for the range of conditions they might encounter. The packing list had been extensive and detailed, breaking down each day's meals, specifying portion sizes, and distributing community gear like tents, cooking equipment, and bear canisters among the group to balance weight equitably. Chen had organized the 15 scouts into 3 patrols of 5 boys each, designated as Eagle Patrol, led by Marcus Thompson, Wolf Patrol, led by Chris Miller, and Raven Patrol, led by Andrew Bennett. Each patrol would share certain gear, cooking together and camping together, while also functioning as support networks and accountability groups. The adult leaders would form their own group, camping separately but maintaining oversight of the entire expedition. Thomas Reeves would primarily shadow Wolf Patrol, David Park would monitor Raven Patrol, and Chen himself would stay close to Eagle Patrol while maintaining overall command of the entire group. This organizational structure had served Troop 447 well on previous expeditions, providing appropriate supervision while allowing the boys to develop independence and decision-making skills. The planned route would take them from the Daly Creek trailhead, located approximately 35 miles north of the town of West Yellowstone, and accessed via Highway 191, then Forest Service Road 985, into the remote backcountry of the Gallatin National Forest. The area they would be traversing lay west of Yellowstone National Park proper, but within the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, a vast region encompassing approximately 20 million acres of varied terrain that represented one of the last remaining intact temperate ecosystems in the world. The Gallatin Forest portion of this ecosystem contained pristine wilderness, designated grizzly bear habitat, and terrain that ranged from river valleys at 6,000 feet elevation to alpine ridges exceeding 10,000 feet. Chen's planned route would keep them mostly between 7,000 and 8,000 feet, following Daly Creek for the first day before branching up Specimen Creek drainage toward the alpine meadows that would serve as their base camp for 3 nights. The total distance from trailhead to base camp measured approximately 12 miles, which Chen had divided into 2 days of hiking with a layover day in between, to allow the younger and less experienced scouts time to adjust to the altitude and pace. The drive from Bozeman to the trailhead took 2.5 hours in the convoy of vehicles that departed the church parking lot at 8:30 that morning. Chen drove his Toyota 4Runner with 5 scouts and gear. Reeves drove his Ford F-150 with 5 more scouts and equipment, and Park drove his Subaru Outback with the remaining 5 boys and supplies. The vehicles were packed efficiently using a loading plan Chen had diagrammed 2 days earlier, with bear canisters and food supplies secured in covered areas to prevent any wildlife smelling the provisions during the drive. Parents and siblings had seen them off with the casual waves and hurried goodbyes typical of families accustomed to scout camping trips, trusting in Chen's reputation and track record, confident that their sons were in capable hands. Patricia Brooks had hugged Ethan longer than he wanted, embarrassing him in front of his friends, but she had learned over the years to take her moments when she could, knowing that her son was growing toward independence and that these opportunities for maternal affection would become increasingly rare. She had whispered, "I love you," into his ear, and he had mumbled the response teenage boys give when their mothers display affection publicly. But he had smiled as he pulled away and given her a genuine look that said he understood and reciprocated, even if he could not say it properly in that moment. The drive took them south on Highway 191, following the Gallatin River through terrain that grew progressively wilder and more rugged as they left Bozeman's immediate area. The highway ran through Gallatin Canyon, a scenic corridor where the river had carved through ancient rock over millennia, creating sheer walls that rose hundreds of feet on either side, while the water tumbled over boulders and through channels that attracted kayakers and fly fishermen. The scouts pressed their faces to windows, pointing out wildlife, including a small herd of elk grazing on a hillside, several mule deer, and a golden eagle soaring above the canyon rim. Thomas Reeves provided running commentary from behind the wheel of his truck, identifying geological formations, explaining how the canyon had formed, and pointing out the different vegetation zones as they climbed gradually in elevation. The boys in his vehicle listened with varying degrees of attention, some genuinely interested, others simply passing time, but all of them aware that they were leaving behind the familiar world of town and school and entering something older and less tamed. They stopped briefly at a small gas station in the town of West Yellowstone, the last significant settlement before entering the forest, where Chen allowed the boys 15 minutes to use restrooms and purchase any last-minute supplies they had forgotten. The gas station contained a small store that catered primarily to tourists visiting Yellowstone. Selling maps, souvenirs, camping supplies, and bear spray at prices inflated for captive audiences. David Park took the opportunity to purchase an additional canister of bear spray, though they already had 6 canisters among the 3 adult leaders, believing that extra precaution never hurt in grizzly country. He had learned during his time in Glacier that locals carried bear spray the way suburban residents carried car keys, automatically and without conscious thought, and he had developed the same habit. The bear spray canisters they carried were counter-assault brand, containing capsaicin and related compounds at maximum legal concentrations, with a range of approximately 30 feet and enough spray for multiple 7 to 9 second bursts. Park checked each canister's expiration date and ensuring that the safety clips were properly in place, then distributed them among the leaders' packs in accessible outside pockets where they could be deployed within seconds if needed. The final leg of the drive took them along Highway 191, heading north from West Yellowstone. Following the highway as it skirted the western boundary of Yellowstone National Park proper, through country that became increasingly remote with each passing mile. Traffic thinned to occasional vehicles, mostly locals or serious backcountry users, and the commercial development that characterized West Yellowstone gave way to unbroken forest, punctuated by occasional overlooks and trail access points. They passed several roadside warning signs, alerting drivers to grizzly bear presence in the area. Yellow signs with black silhouettes of bears and text reading "Entering Grizzly Country" and "Be Bear Aware." The scouts photographed these signs with their phones, treating them as exotic markers of adventure rather than serious warnings requiring behavioral changes, and even the adult leaders, while respectful of bear danger, felt the comfortable confidence that came from proper preparation and statistical reassurance that bear attacks remained extraordinarily rare events. Forest Service Road 985 departed Highway 191 at a clearly marked junction, turning west onto gravel surface that had been recently maintained and remained in good condition despite its remote location. This road wound 3 miles through lodgepole pine forest before terminating at a small parking area that marked the Daly Creek trailhead. The parking area could accommodate perhaps 10 vehicles, with a vault toilet, an information kiosk containing maps and warning notices, a bear-proof trash receptacle, and a trail register where hikers signed in and out. Chen pulled into the parking area at 11:15, earlier than he had anticipated given the smooth drive, and the other 2 vehicles followed within minutes. The parking area contained only one other vehicle, a dusty Jeep Wrangler with a Livingston license plate frame and various outdoor recreation stickers, indicating that at least one other party was currently out on the trail system, though whether ahead of them or on one of the connecting trails remained unknown. The scouts tumbled out of the vehicles with the barely controlled energy of teenage boys released after hours of confinement, voices rising in volume, movements becoming animated and slightly chaotic. Chen let them blow off steam for a few minutes while the adult leaders began unloading gear, knowing that attempting to impose order immediately after a long drive would prove counterproductive. The air at the trailhead smelled of pine resin and mountain freshness, crisp and clean in a way that urban air never achieved, and the temperature sat at a comfortable 70 degrees under partly cloudy skies that promised ideal hiking conditions. A slight breeze moved through the pines, creating sound like distant ocean waves, and somewhere nearby a Clark's nutcracker called its harsh cry from a high branch. Daniel Hayes immediately began identifying bird calls and pointing out interesting natural features, slipping naturally into his role as the troop's naturalist, while the other boys began sorting through gear and preparing their packs for the hike ahead. Robert Chen gathered everyone around the information kiosk for a final briefing before they started hiking. The kiosk contained a large map showing the trail system, various warning notices about fire danger, leave no trace principles, and bear safety, and a clipboard holding the trail register. Chen had everyone sign the register in turn, a safety protocol that would provide search and rescue personnel with valuable information if something went wrong, listing their names, date, intended destination, and expected return date. Under destination, Chen wrote Specimen Creek Basin, Upper Meadows, and under expected return he wrote August 5th, 2025, 5 full days from their current date. The trail register contained perhaps a dozen other entries from the past week, mostly day hikers and single-night backpackers, though Chen noted one entry from 3 days earlier listing a group of 6 heading toward the same general area they were targeting. He made a mental note that they might encounter this other group somewhere along the trail, though the backcountry was vast enough that parties could easily miss each other entirely, even when camping relatively near one another. The bear safety briefing Chen conducted at the trailhead revisited information David Park had covered 3 weeks earlier during their indoor orientation. But Chen believed in reinforcement and repetition, especially for protocols that could mean life or death. He stood with his back to the information kiosk while the 15 scouts and 2 assistant leaders formed a semicircle around him, and he held up one of the bear spray canisters as a visual prop. "We are entering active grizzly bear habitat," he began, his voice carrying the authoritative tone of someone who expected full attention. "This is their home, not ours, and we are visitors who must behave appropriately. The Gallatin Forest contains an estimated 50 to 60 grizzly bears based on the most recent wildlife surveys, and we will be traveling through core habitat where sightings occur regularly. I want everyone to understand that bears are not our enemies. They are not monsters. They are wild animals responding to instinct and protecting resources they need to survive. Our job is to minimize the chances of unwanted encounters and to behave appropriately if an encounter does occur." Chen proceeded through the standard safety protocols in systematic fashion, covering each point thoroughly, despite some eye-rolling from older scouts who had heard this information multiple times. "First, and most important, we make noise while hiking. No sneaking quietly through the forest like you're hunting. We talk normally, we sing occasionally, and if we're in areas with limited visibility like heavy brush or near streams where running water might mask sound, we call out loudly at regular intervals. The best bear encounter is the one that never happens, because the bear hears us coming and moves away before we see each other." He looked directly at several scouts known for horsing around on the trail. "This means everyone stays with their patrol, no one wanders off alone, no one gets separated from the group. We hike together, we camp together, we stay together." "Second," Chen continued, "is proper food storage. We have 4 bear canisters among us." He gestured toward the large cylindrical containers designed to be bear-proof, made of impact-resistant plastic that bears could not break or bite through, and shaped smoothly so bears could not get leverage to pry them open. Every scrap of food, every piece of wrapper, every tube of toothpaste, anything with a scent goes into these canisters every night. And I mean every single night. No exceptions, no excuses. We place the canisters at least 100 yards downwind from our sleeping area and at least 100 yards from our cooking area, creating a triangle that keeps bears away from where we sleep. Additionally, all clothing worn while cooking stays outside our tents at night. If you help prepare dinner, you change into clean clothes before sleeping, and the cooking clothes stay in a stuff sack hung in a tree or placed with the bear canisters. Chen held up the bear spray canister again. Third is these. We have 6 canisters of bear spray among the adult leaders. Each patrol leader is also getting a canister to carry in an accessible location on their pack or belt. That means Marcus, Chris, and Andrew, you are responsible for knowing where your spray is at all times and for being ready to deploy it if needed. I'm giving you these not because I expect trouble, but because preparation prevents panic. David is going to do a quick refresher on proper deployment technique before we start hiking. He nodded toward Park, who stepped forward with a practice canister that contained no chemical spray, only compressed air for training purposes. David Park demonstrated proper bear spray deployment for the group, explaining the technique while showing the motions. If you encounter a bear at close range and it shows aggressive behavior, meaning it's approaching rapidly, making huffing sounds, clacking its jaws, or otherwise acting like it's going to come into your space, you deploy the spray when the bear is about 30 to 40 feet away. You pull off the safety clip, he demonstrated on the practice canister. You aim slightly downward toward the bear's face, and you spray in a side-to-side motion, creating a barrier cloud that the bear has to pass through to reach you. The spray doesn't need to hit the bear directly like pepper spray on a person. It creates a chemical fog that burns the bear's eyes, nose, and lungs if it continues forward. Most bears hit with spray immediately turn and run. If the bear keeps coming through the spray, you keep spraying until it stops or until your canister empties. Then you drop to the ground face down, hands behind your neck, and play dead. A defensive attack will usually end once the bear no longer perceives you as a threat. Park paused to let this information sink in, watching the scouts' faces register various reactions ranging from serious attention to nervous humor to adolescent bravado. Now that's for defensive encounters where a bear feels threatened by your presence, which is the vast majority of bear encounters. There's another much rarer type of encounter called a predatory attack, where a bear has identified you as potential prey. This is extremely rare. Probably fewer than 1 in a million hikers will ever experience this, but if it happens, the behavior is completely different. A predatory bear will be silent, focused on you, approaching deliberately without the huffing and jaw-clacking of a defensive bear. If this happens, do not play dead. You fight back with everything you have. You make noise. You use rocks or sticks. You try to look big and aggressive because playing dead with a predatory bear gives it exactly what it wants. He looked around the group. Again, this is extremely rare, and I tell you not to scare you, but to inform you. The best defense is avoiding encounters in the first place through making noise and proper food storage. Thomas Reeves added his own perspective, drawing from his background in biology. Remember that bears are incredibly intelligent animals with better senses than we have. A grizzly can smell food from literally miles away, and their hearing is roughly twice as sensitive as ours. They're also driven by hunger in ways we don't fully appreciate. A grizzly needs to consume approximately 20,000 calories per day when they're actively feeding during summer and fall, preparing for hibernation. They're basically walking stomachs, constantly searching for food, and they'll remember any place where they've successfully found food in the past. This is why our food storage is so critical. If a bear gets into our supplies and learns that human campsites mean easy calories, we've just created a dangerous situation for every future camper in this area. Wildlife management would likely trap and relocate that bear, and if it became a repeat offender, they'd have to destroy it. So proper food storage isn't just about our safety, it's about protecting the bears too. After the briefing concluded, Chen gave the scouts 30 minutes to use the toilet, make final pack adjustments, and prepare themselves mentally for the hike ahead. The mood had shifted slightly after the extended bear safety discussion, becoming more serious and focused, though teenage resilience and optimism quickly reasserted itself as the boys joked and laughed while making final preparations. Ethan Brooks helped Jacob Foster adjust his pack straps, showing the younger boy how to properly tighten the hip belt so that pack weight rested primarily on his hips rather than his shoulders, and how to adjust the load lifter straps to bring the pack closer to his back for better balance. Marcus Thompson did a final check of his patrol's gear, verifying that each member had full water bottles, that their 10 essentials were distributed properly, and that everyone knew the plan for the afternoon's hike. Chris Miller did the same for Wolf Patrol, while Andrew Bennett methodically went through Raven Patrol's checklist with characteristic thoroughness. At precisely 12:15, Robert Chen shouldered his pack, adjusted his trekking poles, and called out, "Let's move out!" in a voice that carried across the parking area. The scouts formed into a rough column with Eagle Patrol in front, led by Marcus Thompson, followed by Wolf Patrol led by Chris Miller, and Raven Patrol led by Andrew Bennett bringing up the rear. The adult leaders distributed themselves strategically through the column, with David Park taking point with the lead patrol, Chen moving in the middle near Wolf Patrol, and Thomas Reeves staying with the rear patrol. This arrangement meant that each patrol had an adult nearby, while also maintaining leadership structure that put scouts in charge of their own groups under adult supervision. The column stretched out naturally as they began hiking, with faster hikers moving ahead and slower ones lagging behind. But Chen had established a protocol that whenever the lead patrol reached a junction or landmark, they would stop and wait for the entire group to catch up before proceeding, preventing anyone from getting separated or taking wrong turns. The Daly Creek Trail began as a well-maintained path, approximately 3 feet wide, carved into the forest floor by decades of foot traffic and occasional trail maintenance by Forest Service crews. The trail followed close to Daly Creek itself, visible through the trees and audible as constant background music, water flowing over rocks and around bends with liquid sound that formed baseline for all other sounds. The initial section of trail remained relatively flat, gaining only about 200 feet of elevation over the first 2 miles, allowing the scouts to warm up gradually and find their hiking rhythm before steeper sections ahead. The forest closed around them within minutes of leaving the trailhead. Lodgepole pines towering overhead in dense stands, broken occasionally by Douglas fir, subalpine fir, and Engelmann spruce in moister areas near the creek. Understory vegetation consisted primarily of grouse, whortleberry, heartleaf arnica, and various grasses that grew thick where sunlight penetrated the canopy. Daniel Hayes, hiking near the middle of Eagle Patrol, immediately began pointing out interesting natural features to anyone within earshot, unable to contain his enthusiasm for the wilderness environment they were entering. "Look at this," he called out, stopping beside a large Douglas fir whose bark bore obvious claw marks scored deeply into the soft outer layers. "Bear scratching post. They do this for several reasons, maybe marking territory with scent from glands in their paws, maybe just scratching an itch, or removing loose winter fur, maybe communicating with other bears about their presence in the area. These marks are probably a week or 2 old based on how the sap has dried." He traced his fingers along the marks, which extended from ground level to about 7 feet high, suggesting a large bear capable of reaching that height on its hind legs. Several scouts stopped to photograph the marks with their phones, David Park taking the opportunity to add his own commentary about bear behavior and the importance of recognizing sign that indicated recent bear activity. The group made good progress during the first hour, covering approximately 2 miles at a steady pace that kept the younger and less experienced scouts comfortable while not boring the more athletic older boys. The trail continued following Daly Creek upstream, occasionally crossing small tributary streams on log bridges or rock hops that provided brief moments of technical challenge and entertainment. The temperature remained comfortable in the mid-70s, and the partly cloudy sky kept them from overheating despite their exertion and heavy packs. Chen called for a 10-minute break at the 2-mile mark, where the trail crossed a feeder stream that provided easy access to water, and the scouts eagerly shrugged off their packs and sprawled on rocks and logs, gulping water and snacking on trail mix and energy bars from the provisions they carried in accessible pockets. During the break, Thomas Reeves pulled out his printed species identification guides and gathered interested scouts for an impromptu natural history lesson. "We're in one of the most ecologically diverse areas in the lower 48 states," he explained, showing photographs of various wildlife species. "The Greater Yellowstone ecosystem contains more than 60 species of mammals, including every large predator that was here before European contact. We've got grizzly bears, black bears, grey wolves, mountain lions, coyotes, plus all the big herbivores like elk, moose, mule deer, white-tailed deer, pronghorn, bighorn sheep, and bison. The bird diversity is incredible. Over 300 documented species, everything from golden eagles and osprey down to tiny warblers and chickadees. What makes this special is that this is one of the few remaining places where the ecosystem remains relatively intact, where all the pieces still exist and interact the way they have for thousands of years." Tyler Pierce, the troop's photographer, had his camera out and was documenting the break, capturing images of scouts resting, drinking water, and listening to Reeves's impromptu lecture. He had a good eye for composition, framing shots that included both his subjects and the surrounding environment, creating images that told stories rather than simply recording faces. His camera was a decent mid-range DSLR that his parents had given him for his 15th birthday. Recognizing his genuine interest in photography beyond typical teenage social media selfies, and he had taught himself the technical aspects through online tutorials and constant experimentation. His photographs from previous camping trips decorated the walls of the troop's meeting room back in Bozeman, providing visual history that connected current members to the program's traditions and adventures, and several of his images had won awards in local photography contests. After the break concluded, the column reformed and continued hiking, the trail beginning to climb more noticeably as they left the main creek bottom and started working up toward higher terrain. The grade increased to perhaps 8%, enough to elevate heart rates and require more focused effort, but not so steep as to force frequent stops or cause serious difficulty. The scouts fell into hiking rhythms, some chatting quietly with companions, others lost in their own thoughts, a few singing fragments of songs before running out of energy or interest. The afternoon wore on with the timeless quality that hiking sometimes achieves, where past and future compress into an extended present, focused on the immediate physical sensation of movement through landscape, of pack weight and foot placement and rhythm of breathing. Around 3 o'clock, after approximately 6 miles of hiking and 4 hours since leaving the trailhead including breaks, Robert Chen called for an extended rest stop at a location he had identified during his previous reconnaissance hikes as an ideal first-day destination. The site sat on a small bench above the creek, perhaps 50 yards from the water, with relatively flat ground suitable for multiple tents, good drainage, and scattered trees that would provide some shelter from weather while not creating hazardous widowmakers overhead. A fire ring constructed from rocks indicated that previous parties had used this site, and a careful inspection revealed no bear sign or other red flags that might make camping here unwise. Chen announced that they would make camp here for the night, rather than pushing on to their originally planned destination another 2 miles farther, reasoning that the younger scouts looked tired and that arriving at camp with several hours of daylight remaining would give them time to set up properly, cook dinner at a leisurely pace, and get adequate rest before tomorrow's more challenging hiking. The scouts received this news with mixed reactions. Younger ones clearly relieved at the prospect of stopping, older ones initially disappointed at covering less distance than planned, but quickly accepting when they considered the comfortable afternoon ahead. The patrols dispersed to their designated camping areas within the larger site, maintaining the 100-foot spacing that leave no trace principles recommended to minimize visual impact and provide some privacy. Eagle Patrol selected a spot on the western side of the site under a cluster of mature lodgepole pines. Wolf Patrol claimed the eastern area near some large boulders that would serve as natural furniture, and Raven Patrol settled in the center position that gave them proximity to both other groups and the trail. The adult leaders established their camp about 150 feet upslope from the scouts' areas, positioned to maintain oversight while giving the boys space to operate independently. Setting up camp became a practiced routine that the scouts had executed dozens of times before, each patrol working with increasing efficiency, born from experience and established procedures. Tents came out of stuffed sacks. Poles snapped together, fabric stretched over frames and staked down at corners. The scouts worked mostly in pairs, each tent housing 2 boys who had learned to coordinate their efforts through multiple campouts together. Ethan Brooks and Marcus Thompson shared a tent as always, working with the smooth coordination of long practice, their 2-person tent going up in less than 5 minutes from start to finish. Sleeping bags came out next, unrolled inside tents to air out and regain loft after being compressed in stuff sacks all day. Sleeping pads inflated to provide insulation from ground cold. Personal items organized in vestibules or corners where they would be accessible but not in the way. With tents established, the patrols turned attention to establishing cooking areas and organizing food supplies. Each patrol had their own camp stove, fuel canisters, cooking pots and utensils, along with their share of the food supplies distributed from the bear canisters. The first night's menu consisted of relatively simple fare designed to minimize cooking complexity while providing adequate calories to replace what they had burned during the day's hiking. Dinner would be pasta with marinara sauce, supplemented with summer sausage and cheese, followed by instant pudding for dessert. The patrols fired up their stoves, boiled water in pots, and began cooking while the sun moved lower toward the western horizon, creating long shadows that stretched across the campsite and painting everything in warm golden light. David Park took the bear canisters and walked approximately 150 yards downwind from the campsite, selecting a spot in a small clearing where he placed all 4 canisters after securing all food supplies that would not be needed for dinner. He marked the location carefully in his mind, noting landmarks and natural features that would help him find it again, even after dark, and he photographed the location with his phone as backup documentation. Proper bear canister placement remained one of the most critical safety protocols for camping in grizzly country, and Park took it seriously, refusing to cut corners or accept approximations when precise execution was possible and necessary. The canisters would stay in this location until morning, when patrols would retrieve them to access breakfast supplies. Then they would move again to new locations appropriate for daytime storage while the group was either in camp or on day hikes. Dinner proceeded with the organized chaos typical of teenage boys cooking outdoors, with some patrols achieving better results than others based on experience and attention to detail. Eagle Patrol, under Marcus Thompson's leadership, executed their meal efficiently, producing pasta properly cooked with sauce well-seasoned and portions appropriately sized. Wolf Patrol, under Chris Miller's supervision, took longer and generated more mess, but ultimately produced acceptable results despite some burned pasta stuck to pot bottom. Raven Patrol, under Andrew Bennett's methodical oversight, followed their cooking plan with characteristic precision, measuring portions carefully, timing each step, and producing a meal that looked like it came from a cookbook illustration rather than a camp stove on a wilderness mountain. The adult leaders prepared their own meals separately, maintaining the pattern established on previous trips that allowed scouts maximum independence while keeping adults available for supervision if needed. As darkness approached around 8:30, the temperature began dropping noticeably, falling from the mid-70s of afternoon into the low 50s and heading toward a predicted overnight low in the mid-40s. The scouts retrieved warm layers from their packs, pulling on fleece jackets and beanies, and they gathered in their patrol areas to hang bear bags containing their cooking gear, cooking clothes, and any other items that might attract wildlife. This process involved throwing weighted stuffed sacks over high tree branches, hauling up bags, using carabiner and rope systems, and securing everything at least 12 feet off the ground and 6 feet from the trunk. The adult leaders supervised this process carefully, checking knots and height clearances, understanding that a bear bag hung improperly might as well not be hung at all. With camp secured and darkness settling over the forest, the scouts gathered for what had become a cherished tradition on Troop 447 camping trips, a campfire circle for songs, stories, and the sort of bonding that happened in wilderness darkness, away from screens and electronic distractions. Chen had checked current fire restrictions before the trip, confirming that campfires remained permissible in the area as long as they used existing fire rings and maintained appropriate safety protocols. So he gave permission for Eagle Patrol to build a fire in the rock ring that previous campers had constructed. Marcus and Ethan took responsibility for the fire, gathering dead and downed wood from the surrounding forest, building a proper fire lay with tinder and kindling, and progressively larger fuel pieces, and lighting it with matches rather than taking the easier route of using fire starter or lighter fluid. The fire caught on the first attempt, flames spreading through the kindling and catching larger pieces with satisfying crackling sounds, and soon a respectable fire burned in the ring, providing light and warmth as full darkness arrived. The 15 scouts and 3 adult leaders arranged themselves on logs and rocks around the fire, creating a circle that felt ancient and primal despite their modern equipment and 21st century origins. Campfire circles reduced people to their essential humanity, removing the social hierarchies and artificial distinctions of everyday life, creating temporary equality where the newest scout and the most experienced adult shared the same space under the same stars. Tyler Pierce captured photographs of the scene, his camera on a small tripod, making long exposures that rendered the fire as warm orange blur and faces as glowing masks floating in darkness. The images would be stunning, he knew, conveying the atmosphere and mood in ways that daytime pictures never could, and they would become some of his favorite photographs from the entire trip. Stories and songs flowed naturally as the fire burned, some funny, some scary, some just silly time fillers that everyone had heard dozens of times, but which remained funny through repetition and shared context. Chris Miller told an elaborate ghost story about a haunted camping site in these very mountains where scouts had disappeared years ago, building tension through careful pacing and dramatic pauses before delivering a jump-scare ending that made several boys yelp, despite knowing rationally that it was coming. Ryan O'Connor countered with an Irish folk song his grandfather had taught him, his untrained but enthusiastic voice carrying the melody while others joined in on the chorus. Daniel Hayes contributed natural history information about nocturnal animals they might hear during the night, explaining that the various hoots and calls emanating from the dark forest belonged mostly to owls, nighthawks, and small mammals going about their nightly routines, nothing threatening or dangerous, just the normal soundtrack of wilderness after dark. Robert Chen let the socializing continue for about an hour before glancing at his watch and noting that it was approaching 10 o'clock, time for teenagers to start heading toward bed, even if they complained about early bedtimes. "All right, everyone," he called out, his voice cutting through multiple conversations. "I want everyone in their tents and sleeping bags within the next 30 minutes. We've got another full day of hiking tomorrow, and we need rest to recover from today's effort. Let's make sure all food is secured, all scented items are in bear bags or canisters, and everyone knows where their patrol's bear spray is located. If anyone needs to use the woods for bathroom during the night, wake up your tent mate and go together. No one goes out alone after dark. Any questions?" He paused, looking around the circle, and when no one responded, he added, "Good. Get some sleep, and I'll see everyone at breakfast." The campfire circle broke up as scouts retrieved flashlights and headlamps and dispersed to their respective camping areas and tents. The fire was carefully extinguished using water from the creek, stirred thoroughly to ensure no hot coals remained, and the ashes scattered to minimize visual impact. Within 30 minutes, the entire camp had settled into nighttime quiet, with only occasional sounds of whispered conversation from tents or rustling as someone shifted in their sleeping bag. The adult leaders remained up slightly longer, doing a final camp perimeter check with flashlights, verifying that all food storage protocols had been properly followed and that no attractive scents or visible food items had been inadvertently left out. David Park paid particular attention to the area immediately around each tent, checking for candy wrappers or gum that might have fallen from pockets, understanding that such small items could nonetheless attract unwanted wildlife attention. Finding nothing concerning, the three leaders returned to their own tent and prepared for sleep. The night passed mostly quietly, with normal wilderness sounds providing backdrop to human sleep. Owls called from trees, their hooting carrying clearly through cold air. Small mammals rustled through undergrowth, going about their nocturnal business of foraging and territory patrol. The creek burbled constantly, its sound becoming white noise that most sleepers stopped consciously hearing after a few minutes. Once, around 2 in the morning, a branch cracked somewhere in the forest with report loud enough to startle Thomas Reeves awake. But after listening intently for several minutes and hearing nothing further, he concluded it was probably just a dead branch falling under its own weight, or a deer or elk moving through the forest, nothing that required action or concern. He rolled over in his sleeping bag and returned to sleep without incident. What none of them knew, what they could not have known, was that at that precise moment, approximately 3/4 of a mile away on a parallel drainage, a 21-year-old female grizzly bear with 2 spring cubs was emerging from the dense timber where she had spent the day bedded down in afternoon shade. The female, catalogued by Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks as bear number 742 based on her ear tag number, weighed approximately 350 pounds, stood nearly 4 feet at the shoulder when on all fours, and was in her prime physical condition. She had emerged from hibernation in late April with the 2 cubs, tiny at birth, but now growing rapidly on their mother's rich milk supplemented increasingly by solid foods they were learning to find and consume. The female had been ranging through this drainage for the past week, following a travel corridor she had used multiple times in previous years, feeding primarily on army cutworm moths that congregated in rocky areas at higher elevations, supplemented by various plant foods including roots, berries, and the occasional carrion when she encountered it. The female grizzly possessed intelligence and sensory capabilities that exceeded most humans' imagination. Her sense of smell operated at approximately 100 times the sensitivity of a domestic dog's, meaning she could detect food sources from literally miles away under proper wind conditions. Her hearing picked up frequencies and subtleties beyond human perception, allowing her to locate prey or threats in complete darkness or dense vegetation. Her memory stored detailed mental maps of her home range, remembering not just terrain features, but also seasonal food sources, den sites, travel routes that minimized energy expenditure, and locations where she had encountered danger or found particularly good feeding in the past. She was, in every meaningful sense, perfectly adapted for survival in this specific environment, the product of millennia of evolutionary pressure that had shaped her species into one of North America's apex predators. The presence of cubs complicated the female's behavior in ways that made her simultaneously more dangerous and more cautious than a solitary bear would be. Cubs represented enormous caloric investment. The female had spent months in the den, nursing them on milk produced from her own body fat reserves, and she would continue this massive energy expenditure until the cubs weaned at approximately 2.5 years old. This investment made her fiercely protective of her offspring, willing to attack perceived threats with ferocity that solitary bears rarely displayed. At the same time, the presence of cubs made her more risk-averse in some ways, avoiding encounters with adult male grizzlies that might kill her cubs, avoiding human contact when possible, because previous negative encounters with humans had taught her that people meant danger, seeking secure areas where she could forage effectively while keeping her cubs safe. On this particular night, the female's primary motivation was hunger, an endless driving force that dominated every waking moment during summer and fall, as she attempted to consume the 20,000 calories per day necessary to build fat reserves for the coming winter's hibernation, while also producing milk for her cubs. She had been feeding on moths during the previous 3 days, climbing to rocky alpine areas where the insects congregated, licking them up by the thousands in behaviors that looked almost comical, but which provided critical fat and protein in concentrated form. Moth feeding, however, was energetically expensive, requiring significant climbing and long hours of steady eating to accumulate adequate calories, and the female had learned from years of experience that various other food sources could be found in this area if she searched effectively. The female grizzly began moving down the drainage in the quiet hours before dawn on July 31st, her cubs trailing behind her in a line like fuzzy brown ducklings following their mother. She moved with purpose, but without hurry, stopping frequently to test the air, to listen, to assess her environment through senses that processed information in ways humans could barely understand. She was heading generally downstream, following terrain of least resistance, working her way through country she knew well from previous years of traveling these same routes. Her route would eventually intersect with the drainage containing Daly Creek and the hiking trail, and unknown to her, the camping scouts who represented the first humans she had encountered in this specific area in nearly 2 weeks. At dawn on July 31st, while the human camp was just beginning to stir with scouts emerging from tents to face the cold morning and begin preparing breakfast, the female grizzly was approximately 2 miles away and moving steadily closer, though not in direct line toward the camp, but rather angling across drainages in the irregular pattern that bears follow when foraging. She spent the morning digging for roots in a small meadow, teaching her cubs through demonstration how to identify productive digging sites, how to use their powerful claws to excavate deep tubers, how to distinguish edible foods from the myriad plant species that provided no nutrition. The cubs played while she worked, wrestling with each other, climbing small trees, developing through play the skills they would need for survival when they eventually struck out on their own. The female tolerated their play with patient indulgence, occasionally disciplining them with a cuff of her paw when they became too rough or wandered too far from her immediate presence. Back at the human camp, Breakfast proceeded with the sleepy inefficiency typical of teenage boys in the morning. The patrols fired up their camp stoves, boiled water for instant oatmeal and hot chocolate, and sat in small groups eating while gradually waking up enough for conversation and activity. The morning air was cold, temperature in the low 40s, and breath condensed in visible clouds, while scouts huddled in sleeping bags and fleece jackets, reluctant to fully emerge into the chill. Robert Chen circulated through the patrols during breakfast, checking that everyone had slept reasonably well, inquiring about any blisters or hot spots that might require attention before the day's hiking, generally maintaining awareness of his group's condition and readiness for the day ahead. The planned route for the day would take them another 6 miles up the drainage, leaving Daly Creek behind and following a smaller tributary called Specimen Creek toward the alpine meadows that would serve as their base camp for the next 3 nights. This section of trail climbed more steeply than yesterday's route, gaining approximately 1,500 feet of elevation over the 6-mile distance, and the terrain would transition from dense lodgepole forest into more open subalpine meadows interspersed with whitebark pine, and eventually to treeline itself. Chen briefed the scouts on the day's plan during breakfast, showing them on his map exactly where they were and where they were heading, pointing out landmarks and features they would encounter, preparing them mentally for the physical challenge ahead. Breaking camp took approximately 90 minutes as patrols packed gear, cleaned their cooking areas, scattered fire ashes, and generally attempted to leave the site as pristine as they had found it, following leave-no-trace principles. David Park supervised the retrieval of bear bags and assisted with proper packing of food back into bear canisters, ensuring that nothing edible or scented remained accessible. Thomas Reeves did a final sweep of each patrol's camping area, checking for any forgotten items or trash that might have escaped notice, finding only one energy bar wrapper that had blown under a log and which he retrieved and stuffed in his pocket for proper disposal later. Robert Chen did a final head count, verified that all packs were properly adjusted and that everyone had filled their water bottles from the creek using either filtration or purification tablets, and at 9:15 gave the order to move out. The day's hiking proved more challenging than the previous day's effort, the steeper terrain and accumulated fatigue from yesterday's work combining to slow the pace and require more frequent breaks. The scouts tackled the challenge with varying degrees of success and enthusiasm, younger ones struggling occasionally but pushing through, older ones helping their struggling patrol mates with encouragement and occasional assistance carrying some of their weight. The country they moved through grew progressively more beautiful as they climbed, the dense forests opening up to reveal spectacular vistas of surrounding peaks and valleys, and the increasingly alpine vegetation providing textural and color variety that made the effort feel worthwhile. Around mid-morning, perhaps 3 hours into the day's hike and 4 miles from their previous night's camp, Daniel Hayes spotted fresh bear sign that immediately captured everyone's attention. A large pile of scat sat directly on the trail, still steaming slightly in the cool air, indicating that a bear had passed this way within the past hour or possibly even more recently. The scat contained berry seeds and insect parts, typical grizzly bear diet for this time of year, and its size indicated a large animal. David Park examined the scat carefully without touching it, noting the contents and approximate age, and he called out loudly several times to announce human presence in case the bear remained in the immediate vicinity. The scouts clustered around to examine this evidence of wildlife presence with mixture of excitement and nervousness, the abstract concept of bears in the area becoming suddenly concrete and immediate. "This is exactly why we make noise while hiking," Park explained to the group, using the find as a teachable moment rather than a source of worry. "This bear is probably foraging somewhere nearby, moving through the same drainage we're traveling, but because we're making noise and talking, the bear hears us and knows to avoid us." Bears don't want to encounter humans any more than we want surprise encounters with them. As long as we follow our protocols, make noise, stay together, and remain alert, we're doing everything right." He looked around at the scouts' faces, reading their expressions and body language, seeing mostly healthy respect rather than panic, but also noting that a few younger boys looked genuinely worried. "Anyone feeling uncomfortable or anxious about this?" he asked directly. "Because if you are, that's completely normal and reasonable, and we can talk about it." Jacob Foster, the youngest scout on the trip, raised his hand hesitantly. "How close do you think the bear is right now?" he asked, his voice carrying a slight tremor. Park appreciated the honesty of the question and the courage it took for Jacob to admit his concern in front of older boys. "Based on how fresh this scat is, probably within a quarter-mile of us, maybe less," Park answered honestly. "But remember, if the bear were concerned about our presence, we would be seeing different behavior. This scat is right on the trail, which tells us the bear is comfortable moving through this area and not particularly worried about us. A bear that felt threatened would be either approaching us or moving rapidly away, and we're seeing neither behavior. This is exactly what we want: mutual awareness and mutual avoidance." Robert Chen added his own perspective, reinforcing Park's message while also establishing expectations for the group's continued behavior. "Everyone maintain good spacing on the trail. Keep talking to each other at normal volumes. Stay with your patrols. Patrol leaders, make sure everyone in your group has their bear spray accessible, and adults are moving through the column, checking on everyone. We're going to continue forward on our planned route because this is normal bear activity, not anything that should concern us or make us change our plans. Questions?" He waited for any responses, and when none came, he nodded and said, "Good. Let's keep moving." The column reformed and continued hiking, though the mood had shifted perceptibly from the casual atmosphere of earlier in the morning. Scouts now talked more consistently, their voices rising in volume, some nervously scanning the forest on either side of the trail, as though expecting a bear to emerge from the trees at any moment. The adult leaders maintained positions dispersed through the column, their own awareness heightened by the fresh sign, though their experience and training prevented them from becoming anxious or communicating worry that would amplify the scouts' nervousness. David Park made a point to hike near the rear of the column for the next hour, providing steady presence for the younger and more nervous scouts who might need reassurance. What none of them knew was that the female grizzly that had left the scat they discovered was now moving on a parallel course approximately 300 yards to their west, separated from the human party by a low ridge, but heading generally in the same direction toward higher elevations. The bear had heard the human voices, her sensitive ears picking up the sounds from distance that would surprise most people, and she had altered her travel route slightly to maintain separation. This represented exactly the sort of mutual avoidance that David Park had described to the scouts, both species aware of each other's presence and choosing to maintain distance rather than forcing potentially dangerous encounters. The female grizzly had no interest in humans. Her previous encounters with people had taught her that they represented danger and should be avoided, and as long as she could hear their location and know they were not approaching her or her cubs, she would simply continue her own foraging and travel without interaction. The morning's remaining hiking passed without incident, the trail climbing steadily through increasingly open terrain as they approached tree-line elevations. They stopped for lunch around 1 o'clock at a small meadow where a trickle of water provided opportunity to refill bottles and where several flat rocks offered comfortable seating. The scouts sprawled gratefully in afternoon sun, pulling off packs and digging into lunch supplies of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, trail mix, cheese, and energy bars. The view from this elevation was spectacular, with peaks visible in multiple directions and valleys stretching away into blue haze distance. Tyler Pierce photographed extensively, capturing both scenic vistas and candid images of his fellow scouts resting and eating, building his visual documentation of the trip. After an hour-long lunch break, the final 2 miles of the day's hike proceeded more easily than the morning's effort, despite continued climbing, the scouts having reached that point where destination felt close and motivation increased accordingly. They emerged from the last stand of trees into a large alpine meadow around 3 in the afternoon, and Robert Chen called a halt, announcing that this location would serve as their base camp for the next 3 nights. The meadow stretched perhaps 200 yards across, dotted with wildflowers that provided splashes of color against the dominant green of grasses and sedges, and surrounded by dramatic rocky peaks that rose another 1,000 feet higher. A small creek ran through the meadow's lower edge, providing reliable water source, and the combination of relatively flat ground, stunning scenery, and strategic location made this an ideal base camp from which to explore the surrounding high country. Setting up base camp involved more time and care than the previous night's temporary site, since they would occupy this location for multiple days and wanted to establish comfortable and efficient camp layout. The patrols selected their tent sites with attention to drainage, wind protection, and proximity to water while maintaining appropriate leave-no-trace spacing. The adult leaders established their camp in a position that provided oversight of all 3 patrol areas while still offering some privacy and separation. Bear canisters were placed even more carefully than usual, Chen personally checking the locations and ensuring that they sat at least 150 yards from any sleeping area in different directions, to create the safety triangle that would minimize chances of attracting bears into the immediate camp area. With camp established and several hours of daylight remaining, the scouts had opportunity to explore the immediate area, rest, work on merit badge requirements, or simply enjoy the spectacular location where they would spend the next few days. Several boys immediately sought out the creek, removing boots and socks to soak sore feet in the ice-cold water, laughing at each other's reactions to the temperature while finding relief for minor blisters and general foot fatigue. Marcus Thompson organized an impromptu game of frisbee in the flatter section of meadow, and soon a dozen boys were running and diving for catches, burning off residual energy despite having just hiked 6 miles with full packs. Daniel Hayes wandered the meadow's edges with his field guides, identifying plant species and looking for animal sign, filling his field notebook with observations and sketches. Tyler Pierce climbed to a small rocky outcrop above the meadow where he spent an hour photographing the camp and surrounding landscape in perfect afternoon light. Ethan Brooks found a comfortable seat on a sun-warmed boulder near the creek and pulled out the paperback novel he had packed, a science fiction story about explorers on a distant planet that provided mental escape while his body recovered from the day's physical exertion. Reading in wilderness settings provided unique pleasure. The combination of story immersion and ambient natural beauty, creating experience unavailable when reading indoors or in urban environments. He read for perhaps 45 minutes, occasionally looking up to watch his fellow scouts' activities or to simply appreciate the view, feeling contentment that came from being exactly where he wanted to be, doing exactly what he wanted to do, with people he genuinely liked and respected. These moments of simple satisfaction would later seem even more precious in their contrast to what came after, but for now they simply existed as pleasant present, unmarred by knowledge of future tragedy. Dinner that evening was more elaborate than previous meals, since the patrols no longer needed to carry the ingredients and could therefore plan more complex menus. Eagle Patrol prepared beef stroganoff made from dehydrated ingredients reconstituted with boiling water, and the result was surprisingly good despite being made entirely from lightweight backpacking foods. Wolf Patrol made chicken teriyaki with rice and vegetables, while Raven Patrol prepared pasta primavera with a cream sauce that came out slightly too thick, but tasted acceptable nonetheless. The adult leaders made their own dinner of freeze-dried chili, and the four of them sat together eating and discussing plans for the next day's activities while maintaining awareness of the scouts' dinner preparations and ensuring that everything proceeded safely and appropriately. As darkness approached, the temperature dropped rapidly at the higher elevation, falling from the mid-60s of afternoon into the low 40s by 8 o'clock and heading toward a predicted overnight low in the upper 30s. The scouts pulled on all their warm layers, fleece jackets and down vests and wool hats, and they gathered again around a campfire that Marcus and Ethan built in a fire ring constructed from flat rocks gathered from the creek. The fire burned bright in the thin air, flames leaping high and sending sparks upward to mix with emerging stars in the darkening sky. The scouts settled into comfortable conversation, tired from 2 days of hard hiking, but satisfied with their accomplishment and looking forward to a rest day tomorrow when they could explore the area without carrying full packs. Robert Chen used the campfire gathering to brief everyone on the next day's plans. "Tomorrow is a rest day," he announced, "but that doesn't mean we're sitting around camp all day doing nothing. I'm planning a day hike for anyone interested in climbing to that high ridge to the south." He pointed toward a prominent ridgeline, visible even in gathering darkness, "where we should get spectacular views and maybe see some bighorn sheep that reportedly frequent those areas. It's about a 3-mile hike each way with about 1,200 feet of elevation gain, so not trivial but very doable without packs. Anyone who doesn't want to do that can stay in camp, explore the meadow, work on merit badges, whatever they want. This is your time to recover and enjoy where we are." He looked around the circle. "The only requirement is that no one goes off alone. Buddy system at minimum, preferably small groups, and everyone checks in with me or one of the other adult leaders about your plans before heading out. Questions?" Chris Miller raised his hand. "What if some of us want to fish? I brought my ultralight setup, and I heard there are cutthroat trout in some of these streams." Chen nodded. "Fishing is fine. Same rules apply about staying in groups and letting us know where you're going. Anyone fishing needs to have their Montana fishing license with them, and remember that catch and release is mandatory in this drainage, because these are native cutthroat populations that need protection. You can fish all you want, but you can't keep anything." Chris grinned and nodded, clearly satisfied with this arrangement. Several other scouts expressed interest in joining the fishing expedition, and Chris began organizing a fishing patrol for the next morning. The evening proceeded much like the previous night, with songs and stories and general socializing around the fire, until Robert Chen eventually called bedtime around 10 o'clock. The scouts complied with the usual grumbling about being treated like children despite being teenagers, but the complaints carried no real conviction since most of them felt genuinely tired and ready for sleep. The fire was extinguished, camp secured, bear bags hung and bear canisters placed appropriately, and within an hour the entire camp had settled into nighttime quiet, broken only by normal wilderness sounds and occasional muffled conversations from tents. What none of them knew, what they could not have known, was that the same female grizzly that had been paralleling their route during the day had now bedded down for the night approximately half a mile from their camp, in a secure location under dense timber where she and her cubs would be protected from weather and unlikely to be disturbed. The bear had heard the human voices during evening, her ears picking up sounds that carried clearly in the still mountain air, and she had chosen her bedding site specifically to maintain distance from these strange and potentially dangerous creatures. The female grizzly had no aggressive intentions toward the humans, no particular interest in their presence beyond awareness that required her to adjust her own movements slightly to maintain separation. She settled into her daybed, with her cubs snuggled against her for warmth, and she drowsed through the night in the light sleep pattern that bears maintain, never fully unconscious but resting sufficiently to conserve energy for the next day's endless foraging. The second night passed much like the first, with normal wilderness sounds and minor disturbances that woke no one for longer than moments of half-conscious assessment before returning to sleep. The temperature dropped to 38 degrees around 3 in the morning, cold enough that several scouts woke briefly and burrowed deeper into their sleeping bags, but well within the comfort range of their equipment. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, more numerous and brighter at this elevation and distance from light pollution than any of the scouts had ever seen, and the Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light that had inspired countless human stories and myths throughout history. The wilderness continued its timeless patterns regardless of human presence, indifferent to the dramas and concerns of the small group of primates sleeping in synthetic shelters in one small meadow among thousands, carrying on with the business of life and death and survival that had characterized this ecosystem for millennia before humans arrived and would continue long after they departed. Morning of August first dawned clear and cold, with frost coating the meadow grass and ice forming in thin sheets on still water at creek edges. The scouts emerged from their tents reluctantly, dancing foot to foot while waiting their turns at the designated bathroom area and hurrying to get camp stoves lit for hot breakfast and warm drinks. The adult leaders were up earlier than the boys, as usual, and had already retrieved the bear canisters and begun preparing coffee when the first scouts emerged. Robert Chen stood near his tent sipping from an insulated mug and watching the sunrise light hit the peaks around them, painting rock faces in progressively warming colors from pink to orange to gold as the sun climbed higher. These moments of mountain morning stillness never lost their appeal no matter how many times he experienced them, and he felt grateful once again for whatever impulse had led him into scouting leadership years earlier, giving him excuse and opportunity to spend time in places like this with boys who might otherwise never experience wilderness at all. Breakfast proceeded leisurely since no one needed to pack up and hit the trail, and the patrols sat around their cooking areas, eating oatmeal and hot chocolate while discussing plans for the day ahead. The day hike Robert Chen had proposed the previous evening attracted 8 scouts interested in the physical challenge and scenic rewards, while the fishing expedition Chris Miller organized drew 5 boys interested in testing their angling skills. The remaining 2 scouts, Jacob Foster and Nathan Wilson, decided to stay in camp where they would work on merit badge requirements and explore the immediate meadow area. Robert Chen approved all these plans after confirming that appropriate buddy systems and group formations would be maintained, and by 9 o'clock, 3 separate groups had departed camp on their respective adventures, leaving the adult leaders and 2 scouts behind to enjoy a quiet day in the meadow. The day hike group, led by Chen himself with David Park accompanying, tackled the climbing route toward the southern ridge with enthusiastic energy despite sore muscles from previous days' hiking. The trailless route required some scrambling over talus slopes and careful navigation through cliffy sections, but the group moved steadily upward, gaining elevation and expanding views with each 100 feet climbed. The physical challenge felt good to boys who had spent the previous day mostly sitting in cars and then hiking with heavy packs, and the absence of pack weight made climbing feel almost easy by comparison. They reached the ridge crest around 11:30, and the view from that vantage point was everything Chen had promised and more, with peaks visible in all directions, including, to the east, a glimpse of Yellowstone Lake glistening in the distance. The boys spread out along the ridge, eating snacks and taking photographs, and simply absorbing the spectacular scenery that few people ever witnessed. The fishing group, led by Chris Miller and shadowed by Thomas Reeves, spent the morning working their way downstream from camp, casting small flies into pools and runs where native Yellowstone cutthroat trout rose occasionally to feed on insects hatching from the water. Fishing success proved modest, which was typical for mountain streams, and which disappointed no one since the activity itself mattered more than the catch. Chris managed to hook and briefly fight 3 different fish over the course of the morning, landing 2 of them briefly for photographs before gentle release back to the creek. The other boys had similar luck, and Reeves used the opportunity to teach some basic fly fishing skills to boys who had never tried this particular outdoor activity before. The morning passed pleasantly in the timeless rhythm of cast and drift, punctuated by occasional strikes and the satisfaction of connecting with wild fish in pristine waters. Back in camp, Jacob Foster and Nathan Wilson spent the morning working on their environmental science merit badge requirements under the supervision of Thomas Reeves before he departed with the fishing group. The 2 boys explored the meadow systematically, making observations about plant communities, identifying different species, sketching the general site layout, and discussing how various environmental factors like elevation, water availability, and exposure affected what grew where. Both boys genuinely enjoyed this work, despite it being officially requirement completion rather than free recreation, and they developed growing friendship through shared project and quiet companionship that sometimes characterized relationships between younger scouts seeking their place in the troop's social structure. The female grizzly and her cubs spent the morning foraging in a different drainage, approximately 1 mile from the human base camp, working methodically through a berry patch where huckleberries were beginning to ripen in scattered locations. The female's primary focus remained on consuming adequate calories, and she fed steadily for hours while her cubs played nearby, occasionally nursing but increasingly interested in solid foods that their mother demonstrated and made available. The wind blew generally from the direction of the human camp toward the bear's location, carrying with it faint scent traces of cooking food and human presence. But these smells were diffuse and distant enough that they registered only as background information rather than immediate concern. The bear continued her foraging without particular attention to the humans, aware of their general presence in her range, but not bothered by it as long as they maintained distance. Around 1 o'clock, as the day hike group was descending from the ridge and the fishing group was preparing to head back upstream toward camp for lunch, a subtle shift occurred in the wind pattern. A small weather system approaching from the west began affecting local air currents, causing the previously steady breeze to become variable and shifting. One of these shifts carried scent from the base camp directly toward the female grizzly's location with unusual clarity and concentration, and the bear caught smell of food odors that immediately captured her complete attention. The smell was not the diffuse background scent she had been ignoring all morning, but rather strong and concentrated aroma that her brain interpreted as significant food source, probably the strongest food smell she had encountered in the past week. The female grizzly's response to this scent stimulus was immediate and instinctive. Food meant survival, meant calories, meant fat reserves that would sustain her through winter hibernation and allow continued milk production for her cubs. Her entire evolutionary history had programmed her to pursue food sources aggressively, and the scent reaching her now suggested concentrated calories available with potentially minimal energy expenditure. She lifted her massive head from the berry bushes, nostrils flaring as she tested the air, trying to determine the exact direction and distance of the food source. Her cubs noticed their mother's change in behavior and stopped their play, watching her uncertainly, reading her body language for cues about whether they should be concerned or excited. The female grizzly began moving purposefully in the direction of the scent, not running but walking with determined stride that covered ground rapidly despite appearing unhurried. Her cubs followed, struggling slightly to maintain pace with their mother's longer legs, but driven by instinct to stay close when she moved with such obvious intention. The bear traveled approximately 3/4 of a mile in 40 minutes, moving steadily through forest and across small meadows, climbing over a low ridge that separated her drainage from the one containing the human camp. She paused frequently to test the air, adjusting her route slightly based on scent information, homing in on the source with precision that demonstrated her extraordinary olfactory capabilities. At 2:15 in the afternoon, the female grizzly emerged from a stand of timber at the edge of the meadow containing the scout base camp. She was approximately 150 yards from the nearest tent, and she stopped immediately upon clearing the trees, standing on her hind legs to get better view and scent information. From this position, she could see the entire camp layout, the scattered tents, the hanging bear bags, the fire ring, and most critically, she could see 2 young humans moving near one of the tents, Jacob Foster and Nathan Wilson, who had just returned to camp from their morning explorations and were preparing to make lunch. Jacob and Nathan did not immediately notice the bear's presence. Their attention focused on the task of lighting their camp stove and organizing lunch supplies. The bear stood on her hind legs for perhaps 30 seconds, processing visual and olfactory information, assessing the situation before her with intelligence that combined instinct and learned experience. She could smell food strongly now, multiple different food scents mixing together into complex aroma that made her mouth water reflexively. She could see humans, which her previous experiences had taught her to avoid, but she could also assess that these were small humans, young and inexperienced, based on their movements and behavior, and there seemed to be only 2 of them visible. The female grizzly dropped back to all 4 legs and began walking toward the camp, not charging, but moving deliberately forward at a pace that suggested confidence rather than aggression or fear. This was the moment when the tragedy became inevitable, when a series of small circumstances and decisions and pure random chance had combined to create a situation where collision between human and wildlife became unavoidable. If the scouts had placed their bear canisters slightly differently, if the wind had not shifted, if the female had found better feeding elsewhere and never approached this drainage at all, if the fishing and hiking groups had been in camp instead of away, if any one of dozens of small factors had been different, the next few minutes would not have unfolded as they did. Jacob Foster looked up from the camp stove and saw the bear walking directly toward them from across the meadow. His brain required several seconds to process what his eyes were seeing, the massive animal moving purposefully in their direction. And when recognition finally occurred, his entire body flooded with adrenaline and terror. "Nathan!" he managed to say, his voice coming out as strangled whisper rather than shout. "Nathan! Bear!" Nathan Wilson looked up and saw what Jacob had seen, and his reaction was slightly faster, his brain moving immediately into crisis mode. "Jacob, back away slowly," he said, trying to remember the bear safety protocols David Park had taught them. "Don't run, back away slowly, and get ready to play dead if it charges." Both boys began backing away from the approaching bear, moving toward the nearest trees, their eyes locked on the animal that was now perhaps 75 yards away and still approaching. The female grizzly saw the humans backing away and interpreted their movement as submission or fear rather than threat. Her cubs caught up to her, and she huffed at them to stay close while she continued forward, her focus now shifting between the humans and the source of food scent that had brought her here. She could smell the food from the camp stove where the boys had been preparing to cook, and she could also smell other food scents coming from the hanging bear bag that contained the patrol's cooking gear and the remains of breakfast. Jacob and Nathan continued backing away, but Jacob stumbled over a rock hidden in the grass and went down hard on his back, the impact knocking wind from his lungs. Nathan stopped immediately, turning to help his friend, and this movement caught the bear's attention more directly. The bear stopped her forward progress, approximately 50 yards from the boys now, and stood on her hind legs again to assess this new development. From the bear's perspective, the humans had stopped retreating, and one of them had made sudden movements, which could indicate aggressive intentions or at least uncertainty about the situation. Jacob scrambled to his feet with Nathan's help, and both boys now stood frozen, uncertain whether to continue backing away, to run, to shout, to play dead, their training suddenly impossible to recall clearly under the massive adrenaline dump and primal fear. The bear dropped back to all fours and huffed loudly, a warning sound that served as communication to her cubs to stay back while she investigated this situation further. She took several more steps forward, now perhaps 40 yards from the boys, and she swung her massive head side to side while making jaw-popping sounds, another stress behavior that indicated she was uncertain about the situation, but also committed to investigating the food source that had drawn her here. It was at this critical moment that Marcus Thompson and Ethan Brooks emerged from the trail into the meadow, returning from the morning's day hike ahead of the main group. They took in the scene instantaneously. The massive grizzly bear with cubs in the center of their camp meadow, Jacob and Nathan frozen near their tent, the bear clearly focused on the boys and the camp. Marcus reacted with the decisive leadership that had made him senior patrol leader, his brain cutting through panic to access training and protocol. "Bear!" he shouted loudly, alerting anyone else who might be nearby. "We've got a bear in camp. Everyone get your spray ready." The adult leaders and remaining scouts from the day hike group emerged onto the meadow within seconds of Marcus's shout, and suddenly the situation transformed from two young boys facing a bear to a larger group of humans, creating much more obvious presence. Robert Chen immediately began issuing commands, his voice carrying across the meadow with calm authority despite the pounding heart and surge of adrenaline he felt. "Everyone group together! Get your bear spray ready! Make noise! Make yourselves look big!" He began moving toward Jacob and Nathan, David Park beside him, both adults pulling bear spray from their belts and removing safety clips as they moved. The female grizzly's reaction to this sudden increase in human presence and noise was immediate and exactly what wildlife biologists would predict. She perceived a threat to her cubs, multiple large humans making noise and moving, and her maternal instincts overrode any interest in food. She turned to herd her cubs away from the area, huffing urgently and using her body to push them back toward the tree line. For a moment, it seemed as though the situation would resolve without anyone being hurt. The bear would retreat with her cubs, and everyone would escape with nothing more than an incredible story and possibly some trauma requiring processing. But in that moment of apparent resolution, one of the cubs, confused by its mother's urgent commands and stressed by all the human noise and activity, ran in the wrong direction, away from its mother and toward the cluster of humans rather than toward safety in the trees. The cub's movement was instinctive panic rather than aggression, but it put the young bear directly between its mother and what the mother perceived as dangerous threat. The female grizzly saw her cub running toward the humans and made the instantaneous decision that wild mothers make when their offspring face danger, she charged. The charge happened so fast that human brains could barely process the movement. One moment the female grizzly was 50 yards away, herding her other cub toward trees. The next moment, she was a blur of brown fur covering ground at speeds exceeding 25 miles per hour, closing distance with geometric acceleration that made her seem to teleport rather than run. She focused not on her confused cub, but on the cluster of humans she perceived as threatening her offspring, and her target was Marcus Thompson and Ethan Brooks, who had emerged first, and whom she had identified as primary threats. David Park, with his backcountry ranger training and experience with dangerous wildlife encounters, deployed his bear spray when the charging bear reached approximately 30 feet distance. He created a barrier cloud of orange fog that hung in the air directly in the bear's path, and for a heartbeat it seemed as though this would stop the charge, as though the chemical deterrent would function as designed. The female grizzly hit the spray cloud and hesitated for perhaps half a second, her forward motion checking slightly as the capsaicin burned her nose and eyes. But maternal instinct and momentum overcame the pain and deterrent effect. She crashed through the spray cloud and continued her charge with slightly altered trajectory but undiminished ferocity. Marcus Thompson tried to deploy the bear spray his patrol carried, fumbling with the safety clip that should have been removed earlier, but which he had forgotten to check in the chaos of the situation. He got the clip off and began raising the canister, but there was no time. The bear was on him with violence that seemed impossible, that seemed to come from some nightmare rather than reality. The female grizzly's primary targets were not intended to be the humans themselves, but rather to neutralize what she perceived as threats to her cub through whatever means necessary, and those means manifested as explosive physical force directed at the nearest humans. The grizzly's charge took her first into Marcus Thompson, with impact that felt like being hit by a car. Her massive head struck Marcus in the center of his chest with force that lifted the teenage boy off his feet and threw him backward 3 feet, where he hit the ground with impact that knocked consciousness from him instantly. The bear followed this initial strike by turning on Ethan Brooks, who stood immediately beside Marcus, and who was now screaming in absolute terror, his adolescent voice breaking into sounds that were barely human. The bear reached Ethan in one bound, her jaws closing on his shoulder with force that shattered his collarbone and several ribs, her 4-inch canine teeth penetrating deep into his chest cavity and causing catastrophic damage to underlying tissues, blood vessels, and organs. Ethan's screams transformed into sounds that no one present would ever forget, high-pitched shrieks of agony and terror that conveyed pain beyond imagination and fear beyond description. The bear shook her head violently while maintaining her grip on Ethan's shoulder, the shaking motion that bears use to kill prey, and this action tore massive chunks of flesh and muscle from Ethan's upper body. Blood sprayed from the wounds in arterial spurts that painted the grass and the bear's fur, and several nearby scouts in crimson horror. Robert Chen and David Park, both moving forward with bear spray deployed, reached the attack site within 3 seconds of the initial impact, but 3 seconds felt like hours and like no time at all, time distorting in ways that the human brain cannot properly process under extreme trauma. Chen sprayed the bear directly in the face from approximately 10 feet away, and this concentrated dose of capsaicin finally penetrated the mother bear's defensive frenzy. She released Ethan and turned toward this new source of pain and irritation, and Chen continued spraying while backing away, creating barrier between the bear and the wounded boys. The female grizzly, now experiencing significant pain from the bear spray burning her eyes, nose, and throat, made the decision to break off the attack and ensure her cub's safety. She turned from the cluster of humans and ran back toward the tree line where her other cub had already disappeared, calling loudly for the confused cub that had run toward the humans to follow her. The confused cub, terrified by violence and noise and its mother's distress calls, finally oriented on its mother's voice and ran toward her, the 2 cubs and mother disappearing into the forest within seconds, their crashing progress through undergrowth audible for perhaps 30 seconds more before silence returned to the meadow. The silence after the bear's departure felt heavy and wrong, broken immediately by Ethan Brooks's continued screaming and by Marcus Thompson's groaning as consciousness returned to him. Robert Chen dropped to his knees beside Ethan, his wilderness first responder training automatically engaging despite the shock and horror of what had just occurred. What he saw made his stomach clench and his breath catch, because Ethan's injuries were catastrophic in ways that exceeded Chen's experience and possibly exceeded what was survivable in a wilderness setting. Ethan's left shoulder and upper chest had been essentially destroyed by the bear's bite and shaking. Massive tissue damage exposed underlying bone and what appeared to be portions of lung tissue through a wound that measured approximately 8 inches across and perhaps 4 inches deep at its deepest point. Blood poured from the wound in steady flow rather than spurting jets, suggesting that while major vessels had been damaged, the absolute largest arteries had potentially been missed, or the body's shock response had caused vasoconstriction that reduced bleeding slightly. Ethan's face had gone bone white from shock and blood loss, his hazel eyes wide and unfocused, his mouth opening and closing as he tried to scream, but found his voice weakening. His right hand clutched weakly at Chen's arm, seeking comfort or help, or simply human contact in his trauma. David Park was beside Marcus Thompson, who had regained consciousness and was attempting to sit up despite what were clearly significant injuries of his own. Marcus's chest bore massive bruising where the bear had struck him, and Park suspected multiple fractured ribs and possibly other internal injuries from the impact. But Marcus remained conscious and responsive, which suggested that his injuries, while serious, were not immediately life-threatening in the way Ethan's were. Park made the rapid triage decision that Marcus could wait, while Ethan required immediate intervention, and he moved to assist Chen with the more critically wounded boy. "Get the first aid kits," Chen shouted to the scouts, who stood frozen in shocked horror, watching their friends suffering. "Get every first aid kit we have. Get all the gauze. Get anything we can use for bandages. Move." The command in his voice broke through their shock, and several scouts immediately ran toward tents to retrieve first aid supplies. Chris Miller ran for the adult leader's tent, where he knew they kept the larger expedition medical kit that contained more extensive supplies than the personal kits each scout carried. Chen and Park worked together with practiced coordination, born from training and drills, even though nothing could truly prepare anyone for trauma of this magnitude. Park's hands pressed gauze pads directly into Ethan's wound, applying pressure to try to control bleeding, while Chen assessed for other injuries and monitored vital signs. Ethan's breathing had become rapid and shallow, his body going into shock from blood loss and tissue trauma, and both adult leaders knew that his condition would deteriorate rapidly without interventions they could not provide in this wilderness setting. "We need a helicopter," Park said quietly to Chen, stating what both already knew. "We need medical evacuation immediately. This is beyond anything we can handle here." Chen nodded while continuing to work, his hands maintaining pressure on Ethan's wounds, even as blood soaked through gauze and coated his fingers in slippery warmth. "Get the satellite messenger," Chen told Park. "Activate the SOS and give them our coordinates. Tell them we have a critical bear attack victim requiring immediate evacuation and another patient with significant but less critical injuries." Thomas Reeves had returned to camp with the fishing group just minutes after the attack concluded, arriving to chaos and horror that made no sense until someone managed to explain what had happened. Reeves immediately took charge of the other scouts who stood in various states of shock and distress, moving them away from the immediate trauma scene while keeping them together where he could monitor them and prevent additional problems. Several boys were crying openly, younger ones like Jacob Foster sobbing with faces buried in their hands. Older ones like Chris Miller standing rigid with tears running down their faces while they struggled to maintain some semblance of control. David Park retrieved the satellite messenger from Chen's pack, a Garmin InReach device that would allow them to communicate with emergency services even in areas with no cell coverage. He activated the SOS function, which sent automatic distress signal to emergency response coordinators, and then used the device's two-way text messaging to send additional details. Critical bear attack victim. Multiple traumatic injuries, including massive tissue damage to shoulder and chest. Victim conscious but deteriorating. Second victim less critical injuries. Coordinates 44.8847 north, 111.0231 west. Elevation 8,200 feet. Large meadows, suitable helicopter landing. Need immediate helicopter evacuation. Multiple additional persons on scene for support. The response came back within 3 minutes. An impossibly long wait during which Ethan's condition continued deteriorating despite everything Chen could do. The response read, "Message received. Helicopter dispatching from West Yellowstone. ETA approximately 45 minutes weather permitting. Continue first aid. Keep patient warm. Prepare landing zone. Do not move patient unless immediate danger. 45 minutes. Ethan had to survive 45 more minutes before help arrived, and even then the helicopter would need additional time to load him and transport him to a hospital. Chen looked at Ethan's pale face and knew that 45 minutes might be longer than the boy had, but he pushed that thought away and focused on doing everything possible to keep Ethan alive until the helicopter arrived. Park continued applying pressure to the wound, going through gauze pads rapidly as they soaked through with blood, the growing pile of blood-soaked bandages beside them bearing grim testimony to the severity of Ethan's injuries. Marcus Thompson, sitting up now with Reeves supporting him and checking his injuries, watched his best friend dying 20 feet away and felt helplessness that would haunt him for years. "Ethan!" Marcus called out, his voice rough with pain and emotion. "Ethan, hang in there, buddy. Help is coming. You're going to be okay." The words felt inadequate and possibly false, but Marcus needed to say them, needed Ethan to hear his voice and know that his friend was there with him. Ethan's eyes moved toward Marcus's voice, and for a moment there seemed to be recognition in them. Some awareness that penetrated the shock and pain, clouding his consciousness. His lips moved, and Chen leaned close to hear if Ethan was trying to speak, but no intelligible words came, just a whisper of breath and a faint moan. Ethan's right hand, still clutching weakly at Chen's arm, gradually relaxed its grip and fell to his side, and his eyes closed as consciousness began slipping away. "Stay with us, Ethan," Chen said firmly, trying to keep the boy conscious through voice contact. "Stay with us. Your parents are waiting for you at home. Marcus needs you. The troop needs you. Stay with us." But despite these words, despite everything Chen and Park were doing, Ethan's condition continued deteriorating in ways that suggested the damage was simply too massive, that no amount of first aid in a wilderness setting could save him from injuries this severe. 20 minutes after the attack, while Chen and Park continued working on Ethan and Reeves tended to Marcus and managed the other scouts, 3 members of the initial day hike group who had gone ahead on the trail returned to camp, having heard Marcus's initial bear warning shout from distance and running back to see what was wrong. They arrived to find a scene of medical crisis and trauma that none of them would ever forget. Their camping trip transformed instantly from recreational adventure into nightmare scenario. Andrew Bennett, the oldest scout and someone who had earned a medicine merit badge and possessed some basic first aid knowledge beyond the standard scout training, immediately asked how he could help. Chen, never taking his attention from Ethan, gave Andrew the task of preparing the landing zone for the helicopter, clearing any gear or obstacles from the center of the meadow and marking the best landing approach. Andrew welcomed this concrete task, something useful he could do when helplessness threatened to overwhelm him, and he gathered several other boys to assist. Tyler Pierce, the photographer, stood frozen with his camera hanging unused around his neck, torn between his instinct to document and his horror at what his camera would capture. He did not photograph the trauma scene or Ethan's injuries, some innate sense of decency and privacy preventing him from reducing his friend's suffering to images. But he did photograph the broader scene of people working, of the prepared landing zone, of the tense waiting, creating visual record that would later prove valuable to investigators trying to understand exactly what had occurred and how the response had been managed. 30 minutes after the attack, Ethan had lost consciousness completely, despite Chen's efforts to keep him aware, and his breathing had become irregular and worryingly shallow. His pulse was rapid and thready when Chen checked it at his neck, his body working desperately to compensate for massive blood loss and shock. The growing pile of blood-soaked bandages beside Chen testified to the severity of bleeding that continued despite their best efforts at pressure and wound management. Chen looked at Park and saw his own fear reflected in the younger man's eyes, both of them knowing that they were watching a boy die and were powerless to prevent it despite all their training and preparation and desperate efforts. 40 minutes after the attack, the sound of helicopter rotors finally became audible in the distance, growing rapidly louder as the aircraft approached from the east. The scouts looked up toward the sound like it represented salvation itself, and in a very real sense it did. This machine and the medical professionals aboard representing Ethan's only chance for survival. The helicopter appeared over the ridge as a small, dark dot that grew rapidly larger, resolving into a Bell 429 air ambulance, painted white and red with medical insignia clearly visible on its sides. The aircraft circled the meadow once at altitude, the pilots assessing wind conditions and the prepared landing zone, then descended in a controlled approach that demonstrated professional skill. The helicopter touched down in the center of the meadow, approximately 150 feet from where Ethan lay, and before the rotors had finished spooling down, 2 flight paramedics in blue flight suits were out and running toward the trauma scene with medical bags and equipment. They took in the situation at a glance, their professional assessment translating the chaos and blood into medical data they could process and prioritize. The lead paramedic, a woman probably in her 30s with blonde hair pulled back in a tight bun, dropped beside Ethan and began her primary assessment, even while firing questions at Chen about what had happened and what treatment had been provided. "Grizzly bear attack approximately 45 minutes ago," Chen reported, his voice surprisingly steady despite the trauma and stress. "Massive tissue damage to left shoulder and upper chest from bite and shaking. Heavy bleeding we've controlled as best we could with direct pressure. Patient conscious initially, but lost consciousness about 15 minutes ago. Breathing has been deteriorating. Pulse is weak and rapid. 15-year-old male, previously healthy, no known medical conditions or allergies." The paramedics worked with speed and efficiency that came from extensive training and regular exposure to critical trauma, their hands moving automatically through procedures while their brains processed information and made decisions. They established IV access in Ethan's right arm, starting fluid resuscitation to combat shock and blood loss. They removed the blood-soaked bandages Chen and Park had applied and replaced them with trauma dressings specifically designed for massive wounds, using hemostatic gauze that would promote clotting more effectively than standard bandages. They placed oxygen mask over Ethan's face, supplementing his failing respiratory efforts. The second paramedic, a man with dark hair and a thick mustache, turned attention to Marcus Thompson after confirming that his injuries, while significant, were not immediately life-threatening. Marcus had multiple fractured ribs based on palpation and the way he guarded his left side, and significant bruising across his chest that would require imaging to rule out internal injuries. But he remained conscious and relatively stable. The paramedic fitted Marcus with a rigid cervical collar as a precaution against potential spinal injuries and began preparing him for transport as a second patient. "We need to move now," the lead paramedic announced after completing her initial assessment and stabilization of Ethan. "He's critical and deteriorating. We can take 2 patients. Anyone else need to come?" She looked at Chen, who shook his head. "Just these 2. The rest of us are uninjured." The paramedic nodded and keyed her radio mic. "Flight 24, we're ready to load. 2 patients, 1 critical, 1 serious, but stable. We need both flight paramedics for patient care. Pilots need to be ready for immediate departure once we're loaded. Moving Ethan to the helicopter required careful coordination to minimize additional trauma to his already catastrophic injuries. The paramedics had brought a portable spine board, and they worked together with Chen and Park to carefully log-roll Ethan onto the board while maintaining spinal precautions and supporting his damaged shoulder. Ethan moaned weakly during this movement, the first sound he had made in several minutes, which the lead paramedic took as both good sign that he retained some consciousness and concerning sign that he was feeling pain despite his deteriorated state. 4 people carried Ethan's spine board to the waiting helicopter, moving as quickly as safety allowed across the uneven meadow ground. The weight of 130-pound boy, plus equipment and board, requiring significant effort at 8,000 feet elevation, where the thin air left everyone gasping. They loaded Ethan through the helicopter's large side door, securing the spine board to the aircraft's interior stretcher mounting points, while the paramedics positioned themselves beside him to continue care during flight. Marcus walked to the helicopter under his own power, despite obvious pain, the second paramedic supporting him on one side, and he climbed aboard with assistance, taking a seat in the helicopter's patient compartment where he could be monitored during flight. Before the helicopter door closed, Marcus locked eyes with Robert Chen and said something that would haunt Chen forever afterward. "Tell Ethan's parents I'm sorry," Marcus said, his voice breaking. "Tell them I couldn't protect him." Chen felt his throat close with emotion, but managed to nod and raise his hand in acknowledgement before the door slammed shut and the helicopter's turbines began spooling up for departure. The helicopter lifted off 30 seconds later, rising vertically before transitioning to forward flight and banking toward the east and the hospital in Bozeman that offered the closest trauma center with surgical capabilities. The sound of the rotors faded quickly, leaving behind silence broken only by wind in the grass and the occasional sob from one of the traumatized scouts. Chen stood watching the helicopter disappear over the ridge, and then he turned to face the remaining 14 boys and 2 assistant leaders who looked to him for leadership and direction in the aftermath of catastrophe. "All right, everyone, listen to me," Chen said, his voice carrying authority even though inside he felt like he was falling apart. "What just happened was tragic and terrifying, and everyone here has experienced real trauma that we're going to need help processing. But right now, in this moment, we need to focus on immediate tasks to ensure everyone else stays safe. David, Thomas, I need you to help me assess everyone for injuries we might have missed. I need us to determine whether we can safely remain here tonight or whether we need to evacuate immediately. I need us to think clearly and work together, which I know is asking a lot given what you've all just witnessed, but I have confidence that this troop can handle hard situations." For the next hour, the adult leaders systematically assessed each scout for physical and psychological condition, looking for injuries that might require attention or signs of shock or emotional crisis that would indicate someone needed additional support. They found several boys with minor scrapes and bruises from when everyone had scattered during the bear encounter, plus universal signs of emotional trauma, ranging from mild to severe, but no injuries that required immediate medical intervention. Jacob Foster and Nathan Wilson, who had been closest to the bear initially and who had watched the entire attack from close proximity, showed the most severe emotional responses, with Jacob completely unable to stop crying and Nathan sitting in catatonic silence, staring at nothing. The decision about whether to remain in camp or evacuate immediately proved difficult, with valid arguments on both sides. Thomas Reeves advocated for immediate evacuation, arguing that everyone's psychological state warranted getting out of the wilderness as soon as possible, and that the risk of the bear returning to the area made staying dangerous. David Park countered that evacuating 15 people immediately through 6 miles of wilderness in late afternoon, with everyone emotionally compromised and exhausted, created its own dangers, including potential injury or someone getting lost. Robert Chen ultimately made the call that they would remain in camp for the night, but would pack up and hike out first thing in the morning, reasoning that everyone needed time to process and rest before attempting the demanding hike back to the trailhead. As evening approached, the adults prepared a simple dinner that few scouts had appetite to eat, but Chen insisted that everyone consume something and drink adequate fluids because physical care mattered even when emotional distress dominated attention. The adults also made the difficult decision to call out via satellite messenger to Troop 447's committee chairman back in Bozeman, giving him the task of contacting all the parents to inform them of what had happened and to arrange for everyone to be picked up at the trailhead the following afternoon. These phone calls would be devastating for parents, Chen knew, particularly for Patricia and Michael Brooks, who would learn that their son had been grievously injured and was fighting for his life in a hospital operating room. But the notifications could not wait until they returned. Chen also sent a message to local Forest Service law enforcement and Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, reporting the bear attack and providing detailed information about the location, the circumstances, and the description of the bear and cubs involved. He understood that wildlife authorities would need to assess whether the bear represented ongoing threat that would require management action, possibly including trap and relocation or even lethal removal if the bear was judged to have become dangerous to humans beyond the defensive maternal response that had likely motivated today's attack. Chen found himself with conflicting emotions about this, understanding that the bear had almost certainly been defending her cubs rather than acting with predatory aggression, but also knowing that a bear that had attacked humans once might be more likely to do so again, creating unacceptable risk for future wilderness users. The camp settled into uneasy night as darkness fell, with no one suggesting a campfire and most scouts retreating to their tents earlier than any previous night. Sleep came poorly to most, with every sound in the darkness causing hearts to race and imaginations to supply visions of bears returning. The adult leaders maintained watches throughout the night, rotating shifts so that someone remained awake and alert at all times, though what they would actually do if the bear returned remained uncertain. They kept bear spray immediately at hand and discussed various response scenarios, preparing themselves mentally for situations they desperately hoped would not occur. Morning of August 2nd arrived with grey, overcast skies that seemed appropriate to everyone's mood, the bright sunshine of previous mornings replaced by clouds that threatened rain. Breaking camp occurred with unusual efficiency, born from desire to leave this place that had transformed from beautiful adventure destination to site of trauma and tragedy. Everyone packed quickly and thoroughly, ensuring that no equipment or trash was left behind, and by 8:30 the entire group stood assembled and ready to hike out. The 6-mile descent back to the trailhead took 4 hours, slower than the uphill journey despite being downhill, because Chen maintained deliberately conservative pace and stopped frequently to check on everyone's condition and provide encouragement. Several of the younger scouts struggled with emotional breakdowns during the hike, and Chen or one of the other leaders would stop with them, providing support and reassurance until they could continue. The group stayed tightly clustered throughout the hike, with no one allowed to get more than 50 feet ahead or behind the main body, all of them feeling vulnerable and exposed in ways that would never fully leave them, despite statistical reassurance about bear attack rarity. They reached the trailhead parking area at 12:45 in the afternoon to find a reception committee waiting, including parents who had driven through the night from Bozeman, a Forest Service law enforcement ranger who would need to interview everyone about the attack, and a victim services coordinator from the county who had been dispatched to provide crisis support. The reunion between scouts and parents was emotional and difficult, with parents clutching their children and trying to understand what had happened, while the scouts struggled to explain experiences that defied easy description. Robert Chen spoke with Patricia and Michael Brooks briefly in the parking lot, both parents having driven straight to the trailhead from the hospital where they had spent the night with Ethan. Chen had no words adequate to the situation, nothing he could say that would comfort parents whose son lay in intensive care fighting for life, but he tried to convey his sorrow and his commitment to doing everything possible to support Ethan's recovery. Patricia Brooks could barely speak through her tears, but she managed to say, "This wasn't your fault," to Chen, which almost broke him completely, because he felt it absolutely was his fault, that as leader he bore responsibility for everyone's safety, and he had failed in the most fundamental way possible. Michael Brooks asked Chen to describe exactly what had happened, and Chen walked him through the timeline as he understood it, from Jacob and Nathan seeing the bear approach camp through the attack itself to the helicopter evacuation. Michael listened with the focused attention of someone trying to understand incomprehensible event, asking occasional clarifying questions, taking in information that would help him process what his family was experiencing. When Chen finished, Michael nodded and said, "Thank you for trying to save him. The doctors told us that the first aid you provided probably kept him alive long enough to reach the hospital." The news from the hospital remained grim, but not hopeless. Ethan had survived emergency surgery to repair the massive damage to his shoulder, chest and lung, but he remained critical with guarded prognosis. He had lost approximately 40% of his blood volume, suffered collapsed lung, shattered collarbone and shoulder blade, numerous rib fractures, and extensive tissue damage that would require multiple additional surgeries to reconstruct. The surgeon had told Patricia and Michael that the next 72 hours would determine whether Ethan survived, and that even if he did survive, full recovery would require months of hospitalization and rehabilitation, with strong possibility of permanent disability affecting his left arm and shoulder function. Marcus Thompson had been admitted to the hospital with multiple fractured ribs, pulmonary contusion from the impact, and observation for potential internal injuries, but his prognosis was much better than Ethan's. He was conscious and communicating with family, though heavily medicated for pain, and doctors expected him to recover fully over the course of several weeks to months. Marcus had asked repeatedly about Ethan's condition, refusing to rest until someone told him his friend's status, and when he learned how critical Ethan remained, he had broken down crying in his hospital bed, blaming himself for not deploying the bear spray faster, for not somehow preventing the attack, for failing to protect his best friend. The Forest Service law enforcement ranger, a woman named Sarah Chen, no relation to Robert, spent 3 hours at the trailhead interviewing the adult leaders and several scouts about the attack circumstances, building detailed timeline and gathering information that would inform wildlife management decisions about the bear. Her preliminary assessment was that the attack appeared to be classic defensive behavior by a mother grizzly protecting cubs, which was supported by the witnesses' descriptions of the bear's approach, the presence of cubs, and the bears breaking off the attack and leaving once the perceived threat was neutralized. This determination would likely mean that wildlife officials would not pursue lethal removal of the bear, unless additional evidence emerged suggesting the bear presented ongoing threat beyond normal defensive behavior, though Fish, Wildlife and Parks would probably close the immediate area to recreation for the remainder of the season and would increase monitoring for this particular bear and her cubs. The forensic investigation of the attack site would take place over the next several days, with wildlife biologists and law enforcement personnel hiking back to the meadow camp to document the scene, collect any physical evidence like bear hair or scat samples, and assess whether any human error or wildlife attractant had contributed to the incident. Initial findings suggested that the scouts had followed proper food storage protocols and had not done anything obviously wrong to attract the bear, though the investigation would examine every detail looking for lessons that might prevent future tragedies. The prevailing theory was that a perfect storm of circumstances had combined to create this disaster. The bear happened to be in the area. The wind shift happened to carry food sent directly to the bear at a moment when she was hungry and motivated to investigate. The bear happened to have cubs which made her more defensive, and the initial human response happened to include movements that the bear interpreted as threatening rather than submissive. All of these factors combining in ways that transformed low-probability risk into actual catastrophe. The story of the attack spread rapidly through news media once parents began calling friends and family about what had happened, and once the Forest Service issued a press release about the incident. By evening of August 2nd, the attack was front-page news throughout Montana and was being picked up by national outlets as well. The story contained all the elements that captured public attention: teenage Boy Scouts on wilderness adventure, massive predator attack, desperate life-or-death struggle, questions about wilderness management and human-wildlife conflict, and the heartbreaking detail of a 15-year-old boy fighting for life after being mauled while camping. Television news crews showed up at the hospital in Bozeman, at the homes of families involved, and at the First Methodist Church, where Troop 447 met, all seeking interviews and footage to feed the public appetite for dramatic tragedy. Robert Chen faced intense media scrutiny as leader of the expedition, with reporters asking whether proper precautions had been followed, whether he bore responsibility for the attack, whether scouting organizations should be conducting backcountry camping in grizzly habitat at all. Chen refused all interview requests on advice from both his personal attorney and from Troop 447's legal counsel. The Boy Scouts of America National Organization sent crisis management teams to Montana to handle public relations and legal exposure from the incident. Chen cooperated fully with official investigations, but said nothing publicly, and he spent the days following the attack fluctuating between numbness and overwhelming guilt, replaying every decision and wondering whether different choices would have prevented the tragedy. Thomas Reeves and David Park faced their own struggles processing the trauma of what they had witnessed and experienced. Reeves found himself unable to sleep more than a few hours at a time, waking from nightmares that replayed the attack with variations that were sometimes worse than what had actually occurred. He had made appointment with a therapist specializing in trauma, recognizing that he needed professional help to process the psychological impact of watching a boy he cared about nearly die while being unable to prevent it. David Park, with his previous experience as a backcountry ranger and with prior exposure to wilderness medical emergencies, handled the trauma somewhat better, but still found himself questioning whether he could ever work or recreate in grizzly country again, whether his nerve had been permanently broken by this experience. The 15 scouts who had been on the trip began the long process of healing from trauma that would affect each of them differently and that would remain with all of them for the rest of their lives. Some, like Marcus Thompson, who had been physically injured and who had watched his best friend nearly die, would require extensive counseling and would struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder for years. Others, like the younger scouts who had witnessed the attack but had not been directly involved, would process the trauma more quickly, though not without lasting effects. Jacob Foster and Nathan Wilson, who had been the first to see the bear and who had stood frozen while it approached them, both developed intense anxiety about outdoor activities and would never again feel comfortable in wilderness settings despite counseling and support. Tyler Pierce's photographs from the camping trip, particularly images from the beautiful days before the attack, took on haunting quality given what came after, and he found himself unable to look at them for months without being overwhelmed by grief and survivor's guilt. Chris Miller, who had been away fishing when the attack occurred, blamed himself for not being present when his patrol and friends needed him, despite the obvious illogic of this guilt. The trauma touched everyone differently, but it touched everyone permanently, changing who they were and how they viewed the world in ways both obvious and subtle. Troop 447 suspended all activities immediately after the attack and would remain on hiatus for the next 3 months, while families processed what had happened and while Scout leadership assessed whether and how the troop could continue. Several families withdrew their sons from the program entirely, concluding that the risks of outdoor adventure were unacceptable given what had occurred, though others maintained their commitment to scouting while expressing desire for significant changes in how wilderness activities were conducted and supervised. The question of whether Troop 447 would ever camp in bear country again remained open and contentious, with passionate arguments on multiple sides about risk assessment, learning from tragedy, and appropriate caution versus excessive fear that would prevent boys from experiencing wilderness at all. The days following August 2nd brought gradual improvements in Ethan's condition that allowed cautious optimism that he would survive, though full recovery remained uncertain. He emerged from his medically induced coma on August 5th, and while he remained critically ill, the fact that he regained consciousness represented a major milestone in his treatment. His first words to his parents were reportedly, "Is Marcus okay?" which testimony to the friendship between the two boys and to Ethan's character that his first concern emerged for his friend rather than himself. Marcus visited Ethan's hospital room as soon as he was discharged from his own treatment, and the two friends spent an hour talking quietly about what had happened and supporting each other in ways that no one else could fully provide, because no one else had shared their specific experience of the attack. Patricia Brooks remained at her son's bedside constantly during his hospitalization, leaving only when hospital staff insisted she take breaks for her own health. She watched Ethan struggle through multiple surgeries, through infections that threatened to kill him weeks after surviving the initial attack, through excruciating physical therapy that would eventually help him regain some function in his damaged left arm. She watched her son's transformation from cheerful outdoorsy teenager to traumatized young man who woke screaming from nightmares about bears and who faced years of recovery from both physical and psychological wounds. The camping trip that was supposed to be a highlight of his scouting experience had instead become defining trauma that would shape the rest of his life. Michael Brooks focused his energy on understanding what had happened and whether anything could have been done differently to prevent it. He obtained copies of all official investigation reports. He researched bear behavior and wilderness safety protocols. He consulted with wildlife biologists and wilderness medicine experts. His conclusion, reached after exhaustive investigation, was that Robert Chen and the other leaders had done virtually everything right, that the attack resulted from an extraordinarily unlikely combination of circumstances rather than from negligence or error, and that the rapid medical response had saved his son's life. This conclusion did not eliminate his anger and grief about what his family was experiencing, but it did allow him to direct those emotions toward the randomness of tragedy rather than toward blaming the scout leaders who had tried to protect Ethan. Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks completed their investigation in mid-August, releasing a report that confirmed the attack had been defensive behavior by a mother grizzly protecting cubs, and that no management action would be taken against the bear beyond increased monitoring in the area and continued closure of the Specimen Creek drainage for the remainder of the season. The report noted that the scouts had followed proper food storage protocols, had been making appropriate noise while hiking, and had responded reasonably to the bear's presence given the limited time available for decision-making. The report's conclusion stated that the attack, while tragic, represented the inherent risks of recreating in wilderness areas that constitute core habitat for large predators, and that no amount of precaution could reduce this risk to zero. This conclusion satisfied wildlife advocates who opposed lethal removal of bears engaged in natural defensive behavior, while frustrating some who believed that any bear that attacked humans should be destroyed regardless of circumstances. The broader questions raised by the attack continued generating discussion and debate within outdoor recreation communities, wildlife management agencies, and scouting organizations. Should youth groups be permitted in grizzly habitat at all, or did their members' inexperience and vulnerability create unacceptable risk? Were current bear safety protocols adequate, or did this attack reveal gaps that needed addressing? How should society balance the values of wilderness experience and wildlife conservation against the inevitable reality that predators sometimes kill or injure people? These questions had no easy answers, and different stakeholders reached different conclusions based on their priorities and values, but the conversation itself was valuable in forcing serious engagement with complex issues around human-wildlife coexistence in the 21st century. By September, 3 full months after the attack, Ethan remained hospitalized, but had improved sufficiently that discharge and home recovery was being discussed for the near future. He had undergone 7 separate surgical procedures to repair and reconstruct the extensive damage to his shoulder, chest, and arm. Doctors expected him to eventually regain perhaps 70% function in his left arm, a remarkable outcome given the severity of his injuries, but still representing permanent disability that would affect the rest of his life. He would bear massive scarring across his left shoulder and chest, physical reminder of the attack that he would carry forever. His psychological recovery lagged behind his physical healing, with post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms including nightmares, hypervigilance, and panic attacks requiring ongoing therapy and medication management. Marcus Thompson had recovered physically from his injuries and had returned to school in late August, but he continued therapy for PTSD symptoms and struggled with survivor guilt that manifested as depression and social withdrawal. His friendship with Ethan remained strong, perhaps stronger than before, forged in shared trauma and mutual support through recovery. Marcus visited Ethan in the hospital multiple times per week, and the two spent hours talking about everything and nothing, maintaining connection that provided healing for both of them in ways that formal therapy could not fully replicate. The prospect that Ethan would eventually come home and that they could return to something resembling normal friendship provided motivation that kept Marcus engaged with his own recovery when grief and guilt threatened to overwhelm him. The other 13 scouts who had been on the camping trip showed varying trajectories of recovery from their trauma. Most participated in group counseling sessions organized by the troop and supplemented by individual therapy when needed. Some rebounded relatively quickly, processing the experience and integrating it into their life narratives without long-term dysfunction. Others struggled more significantly, developing anxiety disorders or depression that required ongoing treatment. Jacob Foster, the youngest and perhaps most traumatized scout beyond Ethan and Marcus themselves, developed severe anxiety that extended beyond wilderness settings to affect his daily functioning, and his parents made the difficult decision to withdraw him from scouting entirely and focus on his mental health treatment. Nathan Wilson eventually returned to scouting, but avoided any activities in potential bear habitat, a reasonable accommodation given his experience, though one that limited his outdoor opportunities. Robert Chen stepped down as Scoutmaster of Troop 447 in October, concluding that he could no longer effectively lead the program given his own unresolved trauma and the reality that some parents no longer trusted him in that role, despite official investigations clearing him of responsibility. His resignation was not required by any authority, but he felt it was necessary and appropriate given the circumstances. He issued a statement thanking the families who had supported him and expressing his continued commitment to Ethan's recovery and to helping the troop heal from the tragedy. Chen continued his own therapy for PTSD and depression, working through survivor guilt and second-guessing that might never fully resolve, but that he hoped to manage well enough to regain some quality of life. Thomas Reeves and David Park both continued their involvement with Troop 447 under new Scoutmaster selected to lead the program forward, though both reduced their time commitment and avoided any activities in remote backcountry settings. Reeves found himself unable to hike in forested areas without experiencing panic attacks, a limitation he grieved because teaching natural history in outdoor settings had been central to his identity and sense of purpose. Park eventually moved out of state, accepting a job with a different outdoor recreation organization in an area without grizzly bears, finding that he could not emotionally handle remaining in Montana, where memories of the attack permeated every wilderness area and where he might encounter the same bear species that had destroyed so much. The legal aftermath of the attack extended for years as various parties attempted to assign responsibility and extract compensation for damages. Patricia and Michael Brooks filed a lawsuit against the Boy Scouts of America organization and against the local council, alleging inadequate supervision and failure to properly assess and mitigate risks. The case eventually settled out of court for undisclosed terms, with the Boy Scouts insurance covering the settlement while the organization admitted no liability. The settlement provided funds for Ethan's ongoing medical care and rehabilitation, practical necessity given the enormous costs his injuries had generated and would continue generating for years, though no amount of money could truly compensate for what Ethan had lost. Other families whose sons had experienced psychological trauma from witnessing the attack filed smaller claims, most of which were settled quickly through mediation rather than litigation. The attack spawned changes in Boy Scout policies and procedures for camping in bear country, with new requirements for adult supervision ratios, mandatory bear safety training beyond what had previously existed, restrictions on the ages of scouts permitted in designated grizzly habitat, and enhanced protocols for food storage and camp layout. These changes aimed to reduce future risk, though, as wildlife biologists noted repeatedly, no changes could reduce the risk to zero short of prohibiting all backcountry use in predator habitat, which would effectively eliminate wilderness scouting in large portions of Montana, Wyoming, Idaho, and Alaska. The new policies represented good faith attempts to learn from tragedy and improve future outcomes, even while acknowledging that random chance would always play a role in outdoor activities where humans entered territories of large predators. The female grizzly bear and her two cubs continued their lives in the mountains, unaware of the human drama and suffering their brief encounter had caused. Wildlife biologists monitoring the area through camera traps and telemetry from other bears occasionally documented the presence of a female with cubs matching the description of the attack bear, but the animals remained elusive and generally avoided human contact. The bear was doing what bears do, foraging constantly to prepare for hibernation, teaching her cubs survival skills they would need when eventually striking out on their own, moving through her territory in patterns established over years of learning the landscape and its resources. From the bear's perspective, the encounter with the humans had been defensive response to perceived threat, entirely appropriate given her need to protect her offspring, and it had resolved successfully with her cubs remaining safe and the threat neutralized without her suffering any injury. The fact that this entirely natural behavior had catastrophically injured a teenage boy held no meaning within the bear's cognitive framework, because bears do not think in human terms about morality or responsibility or tragedy. 3 years after the attack, in August 2028, Ethan Brooks participated in his high school graduation ceremony, an achievement that had seemed uncertain during the dark days of his initial recovery. He walked across the stage to receive his diploma with slight limp remaining from his injuries and with limited mobility in his left arm that was obvious in how he received his diploma and shook hands with the principal. His classmates, many of whom knew only that he had survived a serious accident years earlier without knowing the full details, applauded politely without understanding the enormity of his achievement simply in being alive and functional enough to graduate. His parents, sitting in the audience, cried tears that mixed joy at this milestone with grief for what Ethan had lost and what his life might have been if August 2025 had unfolded differently. Ethan had submitted his college applications in fall of senior year, eventually accepting admission to Montana State University, where he would study wildlife biology with focus on human-wildlife conflict management. This career choice surprised many people who expected him to avoid anything connected to the attack. But Ethan explained that he wanted to dedicate his professional life to helping people and wildlife coexist more safely, to preventing future tragedies like his own through education and improved protocols. He had processed his trauma into purpose, transforming victimhood into agency, though he would readily admit that he still struggled with PTSD symptoms and that his recovery remained ongoing rather than completed. Marcus Thompson graduated alongside Ethan, having remained his best friend throughout their high school years and having supported each other through continued recovery. Marcus had accepted football scholarship to play at a small college in Idaho, his athletic abilities having helped him process trauma through physical activity and competition. The two friends would be attending different colleges, creating first major separation in their lives since becoming friends 6 years earlier, but they pledged to maintain their connection and both planned to return to Bozeman regularly to stay in touch. The bond forged in shared trauma and recovery was not easily broken by physical distance, and both young men understood that they would always occupy a unique place in each other's lives because they shared experience that no one else could fully understand. The memorial to Ethan's experience that the attack represented, though he had survived, took form in multiple ways. Troop 447 established the Ethan Brooks Leadership Award, given annually to a scout who demonstrated courage, outdoor skills, and commitment to safety, with Ethan present at the first award ceremony to speak briefly about his experience and to encourage the younger scouts to enjoy outdoor adventures while respecting the wild places they visited. The Boy Scouts of America incorporated Ethan's story into their training materials for leaders working in predator country, using what happened as case study for proper protocols while being sensitive to the fact that the victim survived and deserved privacy. Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks included information about the attack in their educational materials about bear safety, again using the incident as learning opportunity while protecting those involved from unwanted attention. The meadow where the attack occurred remained closed to camping for several years following the incident. The Forest Service, judging that allowing camping in this specific location where a serious attack had occurred would create unnecessary risk and would be insensitive to those traumatized by what happened there. The closure was eventually lifted in 2029 as the responsible bear had not been documented in the area for over a year and was presumed to have either died or permanently relocated to different territory. Hiking remained permitted throughout this period, and the trail saw continued use by backpackers accessing the broader Specimen Creek drainage and the stunning alpine country that had made this area a popular recreation destination before the attack. 5 years after the attack, in August 2030, a small group gathered at the Meadow campsite for private memorial ceremony, including Ethan and Marcus, Robert Chen and David Park, Patricia and Michael Brooks, and several of the scouts who had been present during the attack and who wanted to return to the site with Ethan to process their shared trauma. The ceremony was not about forgetting what had happened or achieving perfect closure, psychological concept that often proves false when applied to severe trauma, but rather about acknowledging what had occurred, honoring the courage shown by everyone involved, and reaffirming their individual and collective resilience. They placed no permanent marker at the site, respecting leave no trace principles and Forest Service regulations, but they shared stories and tears and hugs before hiking back out together, all of them changed by what had happened, but all of them surviving and moving forward with their lives. Ethan's address to the group during this ceremony would be remembered by everyone present as remarkable demonstration of grace and perspective that few people achieve regardless of age. "What happened here was terrible," Ethan said, standing in the meadow where he had nearly died 5 years earlier, "and I'll carry the physical and emotional scars for the rest of my life. But I refuse to let this attack define me completely or to let it take away my love for wild places and wildlife. The bear was just being a bear, doing what millions of years of evolution programmed her to do, protecting her cubs from what she perceived as danger. I was just unlucky enough to be there at the wrong time, part of the circumstances that led to tragedy, but I'm still here, I'm still alive, and I'm going to spend my life working to make sure that humans and wildlife can share these incredible places more safely. That's how I choose to honor what happened and everyone who helped save my life." The story of the Specimen Creek attack, as it became known in outdoor recreation communities and wildlife management circles, contributed to ongoing discussions about human-wildlife coexistence in the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem and in wild places throughout North America. It illustrated both the statistical rarity of predator attacks, given the millions of recreation days logged in grizzly habitat annually with only occasional incidents, and also the catastrophic consequences when such attacks did occur. It raised questions about acceptable risk in outdoor recreation, about responsibility for managing that risk, and about how society should balance multiple legitimate values, including wilderness experience, wildlife conservation, and human safety. These discussions continued without definitive resolution because they involved fundamental questions about risk, wildness, and the kind of world we want to live in. Questions that reasonable people could answer differently based on their experiences, values, and priorities. For the people directly affected by the August 2025 attack, life gradually returned to something that approximated normal, though with permanent changes in perspectives, capabilities, and relationships that marked them forever as survivors of tragedy. Ethan completed his undergraduate degree in wildlife biology and went on to graduate school, focusing on human-wildlife conflict mitigation, eventually working for Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks in a role that allowed him to apply his academic knowledge and personal experience to real-world conservation challenges. Marcus finished his college football career with modest success and became a high school teacher and coach, working with young people in ways that gave him purpose and connection while allowing him to share lessons learned from his own difficult experiences. Robert Chen never fully recovered from the guilt he felt about the attack, despite all evidence that he had done nothing wrong and had possibly saved Ethan's life through his quick medical response. And he largely withdrew from outdoor recreation and scouting in ways his friends and family found sad but understandable. The broader community of Troop 447 eventually rebuilt itself under new leadership, with new boys joining who knew about the attack only as history rather than lived experience, though the tragedy remained part of the troop's culture and institutional memory. The troop continued camping and backpacking, including eventually returning to wilderness activities, though with enhanced protocols and continued avoidance of the most remote backcountry areas in core grizzly habitat. The balance between providing outdoor adventure and maintaining appropriate safety margins had shifted, with understandable increase in caution, but the fundamental mission of helping boys develop outdoor skills and appreciation for wild places continued because those involved believed that mission remained valuable despite its risks. The female grizzly bear that had attacked Ethan Brooks was eventually killed in fall 2027, not by wildlife managers responding to the attack, but rather by a trophy hunter during legal grizzly bear hunting season in an area outside Yellowstone where such hunting was permitted under state management. The hunter had no knowledge of the bear's history or involvement in the Specimen Creek attack, and the bear's death was simply random chance, one bear among the approximately 20 legally harvested in Montana that year. When wildlife biologists later obtained the bear's skull for their research collection and matched it to the individual documented at Specimen Creek 2 years earlier through dental records and measurements, they noted this connection in their database but made no special significance of it. The bear had lived a wild life and died a wild death, and the human drama surrounding her brief encounter with a scout troop held no more meaning in the broader ecosystem than any other moment in her existence. By 2035, 10 years after the attack, most involved had achieved levels of healing and recovery that allowed them to function well, even if certain scars never fully faded. Ethan had established his professional career, had married his college sweetheart who had known about his history from their first date and who admired his resilience and purpose, and was expecting his first child, continuity of life that felt meaningful given how close he had come to death a decade earlier. Marcus remained close friend, despite now living in different state, and the two families visited regularly and maintained connection through modern technology and old-fashioned commitment to relationship. The other scouts from that camping trip had scattered across the country and into various life paths, most having processed their trauma adequately to build functional adult lives, a few still struggling with psychological impacts that required ongoing treatment and support. The tent where Ethan had slept the night before the attack, which had been contaminated with blood during the rescue efforts, and which Marcus had been unable to bring himself to keep despite its sentimental value as shared equipment, had been donated to a gear recycling program that refurbished used outdoor equipment for underserved youth programs. Someone somewhere had probably used that tent on camping trips over the subsequent years, unaware of its history, and the tent had served its purpose of providing shelter to young people experiencing wilderness, which seemed fitting given the values that had motivated the Specimen Creek camping trip in the first place. Equipment carried no trauma, only people did, and the tent's continued use represented life going forward even as memory remained. The story I have told here, the detailed chronicle of these events and their aftermath exists primarily in the memories and experiences of those who lived through them, though fragments appear in official reports, news archives, and the quiet stories that outdoor recreation communities share as cautionary tales and learning opportunities. The full truth of what happened in that meadow on August 4th, 2025, can never be completely captured in words, because language fails to convey the sensory experience of trauma, the smell of blood and fear, the sound of screaming and helicopter rotors, the sight of catastrophic injury, and the way these experiences fundamentally altered everyone who witnessed them. Words can describe events and consequences, but cannot fully transmit the lived experience of terror and helplessness that characterized those minutes when Ethan Brooks fought for his life, while friends and leaders struggled desperately to save him. The investigation files, compiled by Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, eventually totaled over 300 pages of documentation, including witness interviews, photographs of the attack site, analysis of bear sign and scat collected from the area, timeline reconstructions, equipment inventories, medical records, and expert opinions from wildlife biologists and wilderness medicine specialists. These documents painted a comprehensive picture of what had occurred from multiple perspectives and analytical frameworks, yet even this exhaustive documentation could not answer certain questions that participants continued asking themselves years later. Could anything have been done differently to prevent the attack? Was there some warning sign that had been missed, some decision point where alternative choice would have led to different outcome? The official conclusion was that the attack resulted from an extraordinary convergence of circumstances rather than from any preventable error. But this conclusion provided cold comfort to those who continued replaying events in their minds, searching for the moment when tragedy might have been averted. The psychological research literature on trauma survivors suggests that post-traumatic growth can occur alongside post-traumatic stress, that people can develop increased resilience, deeper relationships, greater appreciation for life, and enhanced sense of purpose even while struggling with nightmares and hypervigilance and other symptoms of traumatic stress. This paradox characterized many of the Specimen Creek survivors' experiences, with Ethan Brooks himself being perhaps the clearest example. His physical scars remained obvious, his left shoulder and arm bearing the permanent marks of massive tissue damage and multiple reconstructive surgeries, and his psychological scars manifested in ways both subtle and obvious, including his continued difficulty sleeping in darkness and his automatic startle response to unexpected sounds. Yet he had also developed remarkable strength of character, clarity of purpose regarding his life's work, and ability to find meaning in suffering that many people twice his age had not achieved. His therapist had once told him that trauma could be either purely destructive or could become transformative depending on how the survivor integrated the experience into their sense of self. And Ethan had somehow managed the latter path despite the severity of what he had endured. The question of whether youth outdoor programs should continue operating in areas with large predators remained contentious within scouting organizations and outdoor education programs generally. Some organizations had responded to high-profile attacks like Specimen Creek by prohibiting youth activities in designated grizzly habitat entirely, judging the risk to be unacceptable regardless of statistical reassurances about attack rarity. Other organizations had maintained their programming in predator country while implementing enhanced safety protocols, reasoning that the developmental benefits of wilderness experience outweighed small statistical risks and that teaching young people to coexist respectfully with wildlife served important conservation education goals. The Boy Scouts of America had ultimately taken middle position, allowing activities in grizzly habitat but requiring higher adult supervision ratios, mandatory specialized training, age restrictions for the most remote areas, and careful assessment of local bear activity levels before approving specific trips. These policy changes represented organizational learning from tragedy, though they also sparked debate about whether such restrictions created false sense of security or whether they represented appropriate risk management given the stakes involved. Patricia Brooks had eventually written a memoir about her family's experience titled When Wilderness Wounds, A Mother's Story of Survival and Healing, that was published by a small press specializing in outdoor literature and that received modest commercial success but significant attention within outdoor recreation and trauma counseling communities. The book chronicled not just the attack itself, but also the long recovery process, the impact on family dynamics, the financial and logistical challenges of managing a child's catastrophic injuries, and her own journey through grief and anger toward something resembling acceptance. Patricia wrote honestly about the moments when she had hated the bear, when she had hated the wilderness, when she had even hated the scouting program for taking her son into danger. And she wrote equally honestly about eventually reaching understanding that random tragedy was part of life and that assigning blame provided less healing than accepting reality and moving forward. The book's final chapter described attending Ethan's college graduation and feeling overwhelming gratitude that he had survived to reach that milestone, mixed with persistent sadness about the carefree childhood that had ended in that mountain meadow. Michael Brooks had channeled his response to the attack differently than his wife, becoming involved in wilderness safety education and serving on advisory boards for several outdoor organizations to help develop improved protocols for operating in predator country. He had learned everything he could about grizzly bear biology, behavior, and conservation status, transforming his initial anger at the animal that had injured his son into more nuanced understanding of the complex issues surrounding human-wildlife coexistence. Michael gave occasional presentations at outdoor recreation conferences about lessons learned from the Specimen Creek attack, always emphasizing that his family's tragedy should not be used to justify killing bears or eliminating wilderness, but rather should motivate better education and preparation for people choosing to enter wild places. His perspective that bears had every right to exist in their habitat, and that humans accepting some level of risk was the price of maintaining wild ecosystems, earned him respect in conservation circles, though he acknowledged that reaching this perspective had required years of difficult emotional work and continued counseling. The financial impact of Ethan's injuries had been devastating despite the settlement from the Boy Scouts insurance company. Medical bills for the initial hospitalization exceeded $800,000, and subsequent surgeries, rehabilitation, counseling, and ongoing care added hundreds of thousands more over the following years. The Brooks family's own health insurance had covered a significant portion of these costs, but had left them with out-of-pocket expenses exceeding $100,000, even before considering lost wages from Patricia's extended leave from her job, and various indirect costs like travel to medical appointments and home modifications to accommodate Ethan's temporary mobility limitations. The insurance settlement had covered these gaps and provided some compensation for Ethan's permanent disability and suffering, but the money had never been the primary concern for the Brooks family. They would have paid 10 times as much and considered it a bargain if doing so could have prevented the attack and spared their son his suffering. The settlement instead represented practical necessity, means of covering extraordinary costs that would otherwise have bankrupted them, and perhaps some acknowledgement from the scouting organization that despite legal findings of no liability, they recognized the tragedy that had occurred under their program's auspices. The Marcus Thompson family had not pursued legal action despite Marcus's injuries and psychological trauma, his father, William Thompson, believing that the scout leaders had acted appropriately and that seeking compensation would have felt like profiting from tragedy. The family's health insurance had covered Marcus's medical expenses with manageable out-of-pocket costs, and Marcus's physical recovery had been relatively rapid and complete. The psychological recovery took longer, with Marcus requiring 2 years of regular therapy before his depression and anxiety symptoms became manageable, but the Thompson family had good mental health insurance coverage and had been able to access quality care without financial hardship. William Thompson, with his background in emergency services as a fire department lieutenant, had perhaps better framework than most parents for understanding that sometimes bad things happened despite proper precautions, that risk could be managed but never eliminated, and that the appropriate response to tragedy was learning and adaptation rather than blame and recrimination. Jacob Foster's family had left Montana entirely in 2027, relocating back to Seattle where they had lived before, partly because Jacob's anxiety had become so severe that everything about Bozeman triggered traumatic memories, and partly because his parents had concluded that the move to Montana had been a mistake, given how events had unfolded. Jacob had required intensive treatment for his anxiety disorder, including both medication and specialized trauma-focused therapy, and his recovery remained incomplete years later, though he had achieved sufficient stabilization to function in daily life. He had never returned to scouting or camping, and he avoided outdoor recreation generally, preferring urban environments where he felt safer and more in control. His parents grieved the adventurous spirit their son had possessed before the attack, the enthusiasm for wilderness that had motivated his joining scouts in the first place, and they wondered whether he would ever regain comfort with nature or whether that capacity had been permanently destroyed by witnessing violence that his young brain had been unable to process without lasting damage. Nathan Wilson had demonstrated remarkable resilience compared to Jacob, despite having shared the initial terrifying experience of seeing the bear approach camp, and despite standing beside Jacob when the attack occurred. Nathan's quieter personality and his previous comfort with solitude seemed to have provided some protection against the most severe trauma responses. And while he had certainly been affected by what he witnessed, he had processed the experience more successfully than many others. He had returned to Troop 447 after several months away, though he had declined to participate in any backpacking trips and had limited his camping to established campgrounds with full facilities rather than backcountry wilderness. This accommodation allowed him to continue in scouting and maintain friendships, while avoiding situations that triggered excessive anxiety, and he had eventually earned his Eagle rank in 2028 with a service project that involved building interpretive signs about wildlife safety at several local trailheads. Nathan's project connected directly to his Specimen Creek experience, but in a constructive way that transformed his trauma into contribution rather than letting it define him purely as victim. The other scouts from the camping trip had scattered across spectrum of recovery outcomes, with some achieving complete resolution of trauma symptoms, while others struggled with long-term effects requiring ongoing treatment. Chris Miller had experienced intense survivor guilt about being away fishing when the attack occurred, believing irrationally that his presence might somehow have prevented or mitigated the tragedy, despite obvious lack of logic to this belief. His guilt had manifested as depression that responded well to cognitive behavioral therapy over a course of 18 months, and he had eventually been able to reframe his thinking to accept that he bore no responsibility for events he could not have influenced. Andrew Bennett, the oldest scout on the trip, had perhaps benefited from his age and slightly greater maturity when processing the trauma, and he had maintained his involvement in scouting throughout high school, including serving as youth speaker at the troop's rebuilding efforts. Daniel Hayes had struggled specifically with reconciling his love of wildlife with the reality that wildlife could be dangerous and violent, and his intended career path in wildlife biology had wavered before he ultimately decided to continue in that direction with enhanced understanding that conservation meant protecting animals that were genuinely wild and potentially dangerous rather than romanticized Disney versions. The younger Martinez brothers, Trevor and Luis, had both been physically present during the attack, though at some distance from the immediate violence, and both had witnessed Ethan's catastrophic injuries and Marcus's impact. Trevor had channeled his response through increased focus on physical training and wrestling, using athletic competition as outlet for stress and anxiety in ways that had proven largely healthy, though his parents had sometimes worried about his intensity and driven quality that suggested unresolved issues beneath surface. Luis had taken longer to process his trauma, with nightmares and anxiety persisting for over a year before gradually subsiding, and he had required regular counseling to work through his experience. Both brothers had eventually returned to scouting and had completed their Eagle projects together in 2029. Their shared experience of trauma having strengthened their already close relationship as brothers. Ryan O'Connor's working-class background and previous exposure to various hardships seemed to have provided some preparation for processing the camping trip trauma, and while he had certainly been affected, he had demonstrated the sort of gritty resilience that characterized people who had faced difficult circumstances throughout their lives. Ryan had continued in scouting, had earned his Eagle rank, and had joined the Marine Corps after high school graduation, choosing a career path that involved accepting risk and danger rather than avoiding it. His decision had worried his parents given what he had witnessed in the mountains. But Ryan had explained that the Specimen Creek experience had taught him that danger existed everywhere, and that avoiding all risk was impossible. So he might as well pursue meaningful work, even if it involved hazard. His Marine recruiter had asked during the application process whether he had any psychological issues that might affect his service, and Ryan had disclosed his PTSD diagnosis from the bear attack. But after evaluation by military psychologists, he had been cleared for service with notation that his trauma had been appropriately treated and that he demonstrated good coping mechanisms. Tyler Pierce had continued his photography and had eventually attended art school in California, putting geographic distance between himself and the scene of trauma while maintaining relationships with other Specimen Creek survivors through social media and occasional reunions. His photographs from the camping trip, particularly images from before the attack showing happy scouts in beautiful wilderness, had become important artifacts for others processing their experiences. Tyler had printed and framed several of these images as gifts for Ethan and Marcus, and both young men had displayed them in their homes as reminders that the camping trip had contained beauty and friendship alongside tragedy, that the experience could not be reduced purely to the violent attack, but had to be understood as more complex and multifaceted. Tyler's professional photography work often focused on nature and wildlife, and he had done series of portraits of people who had survived attacks by various animals, including sharks, alligators, and large predators, exploring themes of trauma, recovery, and complicated relationships between humans and dangerous wildlife. Kevin Schmidt and Brandon Jackson, both of whom had been present but somewhat peripheral to the immediate attack, had processed their trauma with fewer long-term complications than some others, though neither had escaped entirely unaffected. Kevin had used his natural humor and social skills to help maintain group cohesion during the immediate aftermath, and had continued serving this role as Troop 447 rebuilt, his ability to find lightness, even in dark circumstances, providing valuable balance for those struggling more intensely. Brandon had found that his experience of the attack had somehow integrated with his family's previous experiences of urban violence in Chicago, creating framework where he understood that danger took different forms, but that human resilience in face of danger remained constant, regardless of whether threats came from wildlife or from human sources. Brandon had eventually pursued career in social work focused on trauma counseling, his own experiences having shown him the importance of professional support in recovery from traumatic events. Michael Rodriguez, who had served as troop scribe and who had been methodically documenting the camping trip through written journal entries until the attack ended that practice, had found himself unable to write about outdoor experiences for several years after returning from the mountains. His journal from the camping trip contained entries from the first 2 days describing the hikes, the scenery, the camaraderie among scouts, and these entries read like typical teenagers' adventure narrative until they simply stopped on the morning of August 4th, 2025. The final entry described breakfast and the pleasant weather and Marcus and Ethan returning from the day hike, and then blank pages followed because Michael had been standing 30 feet away when the attack occurred and had watched his friends being mauled and had found himself unable to write about anything after that. The incomplete journal remained in a box in his closet for 5 years before he finally read through it again and added a final entry describing what had happened that day and how the subsequent years had unfolded, providing closure to a narrative that had been violently interrupted. Thomas Reeves had eventually left teaching and outdoor education entirely, finding that he could no longer function effectively in roles that involved taking young people into wilderness settings or that required him to suppress his own anxiety about outdoor environments in order to lead others. He had retrained as a guidance counselor working in urban schools, where his emotional intelligence and care for students could be channeled into settings that did not trigger his trauma responses, and he had found satisfaction in this new career path even while grieving the loss of his previous vocation. Reeves had remained in contact with several of the Specimen Creek Scouts, including particularly close relationship with Ethan Brooks, whom he visited periodically and with whom he shared the bond of people who had experienced the same trauma and understood each other's ongoing struggles without need for extensive explanation. Reeves had written several articles for outdoor education journals about the psychological impacts of witnessing student trauma and about the importance of adequate mental health support for outdoor leaders, contributing to professional discourse about issues that outdoor recreation communities had often avoided confronting directly. David Park had indeed left Montana, as previously mentioned, accepting position with an outdoor education program in North Carolina, where the most dangerous wildlife consisted of black bears that were significantly smaller and less aggressive than grizzlies. He had slowly rebuilt his comfort with wilderness settings over several years, starting with day hikes in areas with high human use and gradually expanding to overnight trips and eventually returning to leading multi-day backpacking expeditions for youth groups. Park had been honest with his new employer about his trauma history and his concerns about whether he could effectively perform his duties, and the organization had provided strong support, including access to counseling and gradual reintegration into leadership roles at his own pace. Park never fully lost his hypervigilance about bears and other wildlife, but he learned to function effectively despite his anxiety, using his own experience as teaching tool when discussing wildlife safety with the young people he led into the backcountry. He occasionally spoke at conferences about the Specimen Creek attack, always with permission from those involved and always emphasizing the lessons about preparation, response and recovery rather than focusing on sensational aspects of the violence itself. The broader outdoor recreation community had engaged with the Specimen Creek attack through numerous articles, conference presentations, training materials, and informal discussions that occurred whenever people who work or play in bear country gathered together. The attack had joined the relatively small number of grizzly bear incidents that resulted in serious injury or death, and that therefore received extensive analysis and discussion within communities concerned with human-wildlife coexistence. Each such incident brought renewed debate about appropriate policies regarding access to bear habitat, about whether current safety protocols were adequate, about responsibility for managing risk, and about the future of grizzly bear conservation given inevitable conflicts with humans. The Specimen Creek case was unusual among serious bear attacks because the victims survived and eventually achieved substantial recovery, allowing for more hopeful narrative than attacks that ended in death, and because the attack occurred in context of youth outdoor education program that was extensively documented, and that involved trained leaders following established protocols, making it useful case study for what could go wrong even when everything was done right. The grizzly bear population in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem had continued growing in the years following the attack, expanding from the estimated 750 bears in 2025 to over 1,000 by 2030, and the bears' range had continued expanding into areas where they had been absent for decades. This expansion created both celebration among conservationists who viewed it as a major success story for endangered species recovery and concern among residents of expanding bear range who faced increased property damage, livestock depredation, and safety concerns. The Specimen Creek attack was sometimes cited by those opposing bear expansion as evidence that grizzly populations had recovered sufficiently and that further expansion created unacceptable risks, while conservation advocates countered that a single incident among millions of human-bear encounters demonstrated that coexistence was working well and that rare tragedies did not justify halting conservation progress. These debates continued without resolution because they reflected fundamentally different values and priorities regarding wilderness, wildlife, and acceptable risk in modern society. Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks had implemented several changes to their bear management programs in response to various incidents, including Specimen Creek, enhancing their educational outreach efforts, increasing presence in popular recreation areas during peak season, requiring bear-resistant food storage in more locations, and developing more sophisticated systems for tracking problem bears and assessing risk levels. The agency had also funded research into bear behavior around humans, seeking better understanding of what factors influenced whether bears approach people, and what could be done to minimize dangerous encounters. This research had confirmed what wildlife biologists had long suspected, that bears were individuals with different personalities and learning histories, and that predicting any specific bear's behavior with certainty was impossible. The best approach remained population-level management that protected core habitat while removing individual bears that demonstrated patterns of dangerous behavior toward humans, combined with extensive efforts to educate recreationists about proper protocols for camping and traveling in bear country. The particular female grizzly that had attacked the scouts had died in 2027, as previously mentioned, but her 2 cubs from that encounter had survived to independence and had established their own territories within the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. One of these cubs, a female designated as Bear 742A by researchers who had documented her during a capture operation, had been observed with cubs of her own in 2030, representing next generation and continuity of grizzly bear presence in the region. The daughter bear had inherited extensive territory from her mother and had presumably learned much of her knowledge about food sources and travel routes and safe bedding sites from her mother during their time together. Whether this bear had any memory of the human encounter that had so dramatically affected the scouts remained unknowable, though bear researchers suspected that such memories persisted and influenced future behavior. The daughter bear had shown no aggressive behavior toward humans in the limited encounters that had been documented, suggesting that individual temperament varied regardless of parent bear's history. Ethan Brooks had tracked the fate of the attack bear and her offspring through his connections with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks personnel, his professional work bringing him into contact with the biologists who monitored grizzly populations across the state. Learning that the original bear had died and that her cubs had survived and reproduced had affected Ethan in ways he struggled to articulate even to his therapist, creating complicated mix of relief that the specific animal involved in his trauma was gone, combined with satisfaction. That grizzly bears generally continued thriving in the ecosystem. His goal had never been revenge against bears, but rather understanding and improved coexistence protocols. And knowing that the bear lineage continued seemed somehow appropriate to him as representation that life persisted beyond individual tragedy. He had occasionally considered visiting the location of the attack again, but had never done so, concluding that whatever closure or processing he might gain from such visit would be outweighed by likely triggering of PTSD symptoms that he had worked hard to manage effectively. The 10th anniversary of the attack in August 2035 had been marked by reunion of many involved parties at a gathering in Bozeman that combined memorial elements with celebration of recovery and survival. Ethan and Marcus had both attended along with their families, and several other scouts from the camping trip had made the effort to travel back to Montana for the event. Robert Chen had come despite his continued struggle with guilt and depression, receiving genuine welcome from those assembled who wanted him to know that they recognized his efforts to save Ethan's life and that they did not blame him for what had happened. The gathering had been emotional, with much crying and hugging, and it had also featured stories and laughter as people shared memories from the camping trip and from the years since, creating space for full range of human emotion in response to shared traumatic history. Patricia Brooks had given brief remarks thanking everyone who had helped save her son and who had supported their family through the long recovery, and Ethan himself had spoken about his gratitude for being alive and his commitment to his conservation work that he viewed as giving meaning to his suffering. During this 10th anniversary gathering, Tyler Pierce had displayed large prints of his photographs from the camping trip, creating visual timeline of the expedition from the excited departure from Bozeman through the beautiful days of hiking and camping before the attack. The photographs ended on the morning of August 4th with images of breakfast preparation and of Marcus and Ethan returning from the day hike. And Tyler had deliberately included no images from after the attack, preserving the dignity and privacy of what had followed. Seeing these photographs triggered intense emotional responses from many present, the images of young teenage boys who looked so innocent and carefree and unaware of what awaited them, creating poignant contrast with the adult survivors who stood viewing the display 10 years later. The photographs documented not just a camping trip, but rather the ending of a particular kind of innocence. The last moments before trauma changed everyone involved in permanent ways. The memorial gathering had concluded with announcement of establishment of the Specimen Creek Wilderness Education Fund, a charitable foundation created with donations from various sources, including portion of the Brooks family's legal settlement, contributions from Troop 447 alumni, and grants from outdoor recreation organizations. The fund would support scholarships for young people to participate in wilderness education programs with emphasis on safety training and on serving populations that might not otherwise have access to outdoor experiences. The fund would also support research into human-wildlife conflict mitigation and would provide grants for development of improved safety protocols and equipment. Ethan Brooks would serve as the fund's director, bringing his professional expertise and personal experience to guiding the organization's work, and several other Specimen Creek survivors would serve on the board. The fund represented an attempt to create some positive legacy from tragedy to help prevent future incidents while also expanding access to wilderness experiences that had been so formative for everyone involved despite their traumatic conclusion in August 2025. By 2035, 15 years after the attack, Ethan had achieved remarkable recovery both physically and psychologically, though scars of both kinds remained visible to those who knew where to look. His left shoulder bore obvious physical scarring and limited mobility, his arm functioning adequately for most daily tasks, but incapable of full range of motion or significant strength. He had undergone 11 separate surgical procedures over the years to address various complications and to improve function and appearance of the damaged tissues, and he would likely require additional procedures in the future as scar tissue changed and as normal aging processes affected the reconstructed anatomy. His psychological scars manifested less visibly, but remained present in his continued nightmares about bears, his startled response to sudden movements or sounds, his need for nightlights when sleeping because darkness triggered anxiety, and various other PTSD symptoms that had improved significantly over the years but had never completely resolved. Ethan managed these symptoms through combination of continued therapy, medication when needed, support from his wife and family, and meaning derived from his work helping prevent others from experiencing similar traumas. Marcus Thompson, at age 30, maintained close friendship with Ethan despite now living in Idaho, where his teaching and coaching career had progressed successfully. The two men talked regularly by phone and video chat, they vacationed together with their families, and they maintained emotional intimacy that often characterized people who had survived shared trauma and who understood each other at levels that few others could reach. Marcus had his own struggles with PTSD symptoms, though less severe than Ethan's, and he credited their friendship with providing crucial support during difficult periods, when memories became overwhelming or when guilt and survivor's remorse threatened to undermine his generally good functioning. Marcus had never returned to wilderness backpacking, despite loving the outdoors, finding that entering forested areas away from other people triggered anxiety that made such activities more punishment than pleasure. But he hiked regularly in popular areas with high human traffic and had found ways to maintain outdoor recreation within his comfort zone. Patricia and Michael Brooks had aged visibly during the 15 years since the attack, the stress of managing Ethan's initial crisis and lengthy recovery having taken physical toll beyond what normal aging would have produced. Patricia had developed autoimmune condition that her doctors believed might have been triggered by prolonged stress during Ethan's critical hospitalization, and she managed this condition with medication and lifestyle modifications that generally controlled symptoms, but that represented permanent health consequence of the traumatic period. Michael had required cardiac stent placement in 2032 after developing significant coronary artery disease that his cardiologist attributed partly to stress and partly to genetic factors, and he now took multiple medications for heart disease management. Despite these health challenges, both parents remained active and engaged with life, finding joy in their son's survival and accomplishments, and in their role as grandparents to Ethan's young daughter who bore her grandmother's name as middle name. The Brooks family's relationship with wilderness and wildlife had evolved in complex ways over the years since the attack. Initially, Patricia had wanted nothing to do with bears or wilderness, had actively hated both for a period of time, had wished that all grizzly bears could be eliminated so that no other family would face what hers had endured. This rage had been understandable and appropriate given the circumstances, and her therapist had normalized these feelings while helping her process them toward more sustainable perspective. Over time, Patricia had reached a position where she could intellectually accept that bears had right to exist, even if she had no desire to encounter them, and she could support conservation efforts, even while maintaining that she would never voluntarily enter grizzly habitat again. Michael had moved further toward active support for bear conservation, serving on advisory boards and speaking publicly about coexistence, though he too had no particular desire to camp in the backcountry where the attack had occurred. Ethan's path had taken him toward professional involvement in wildlife conservation, representing most dramatic transformation of attitude among family members, and one that sometimes surprised people who learned his history. The question that Patricia and Michael were asked most frequently by people who learned about the attack was whether they regretted allowing Ethan to go on that camping trip, whether in hindsight they wished they had said no and kept him home where he would have been safe from bear attack, even if exposed to normal risks of suburban teenage life. This question was impossible to answer simply because it required comparing actual history with hypothetical alternative. And it also carried implication that parental love demanded complete protection, even though such protection was impossible to achieve. Patricia and Michael had eventually developed response to this question that acknowledged the complexity, explaining that of course they wished the attack had never happened and Ethan had not suffered his injuries and trauma, but that they could not wish away the camping trip entirely because that trip had been part of Ethan's development as person interested in nature and outdoor recreation, interests that had ultimately shaped his career and values. They pointed out that terrible things happen to young people in all sorts of contexts: car accidents and school violence and sports injuries and countless other sources of harm, and that eliminating all risk would require eliminating all experience. They had made reasonable decision based on available information and assessment of manageable risk, and the tragic outcome did not retrospectively make the decision wrong, even though it had led to consequences they would never have accepted if they had known what would happen. The philosophical questions raised by the Specimen Creek attack extended beyond particular circumstances of that incident to larger issues about risk, wildness, and human relationship to nature in the 21st century. Modern American society had become increasingly risk-averse, seeking to eliminate danger and protect people, especially children, from potential harm through regulations, litigation, protective equipment, and restricted access to anything deemed hazardous. This protective impulse arose from understandable desire to prevent suffering and came from a place of genuine care for human well-being. Yet complete risk elimination was impossible unless society was willing to eliminate all adventure, all wildness, all encounters with aspects of reality that were not under human control. And many people, including outdoor educators, conservationists, and wilderness advocates, argued that such elimination would impoverish human experience in ways that created different kinds of harm. The question was not whether risk should exist. Everyone acknowledged that risk was inherent in existence, but rather what levels and types of risk were acceptable in various contexts, and who had authority to make such determinations, and how society should respond when rare, tragic outcomes occurred in situations where participants had accepted risk with informed consent. Ethan Brooks himself had thought extensively about these questions, given his personal experience and his professional work, and he had developed a nuanced position that tried to honor multiple valid perspectives. He believed that wilderness should remain available for human recreation and that presence of large predators, including bears, was part of what made wilderness genuinely wild, rather than merely landscaped park. He believed that proper education and preparation could reduce risk to acceptable levels, though never to zero, and that people choosing to enter wilderness should accept some responsibility for managing their own safety rather than expecting wilderness to be made safe for them. At the same time, he recognized that youth outdoor programs had special obligations, given that participants might not fully understand risks they were accepting, and that leaders bore responsibility for providing adequate supervision and making sound judgments about acceptable risk levels for inexperienced participants. He supported enhanced safety protocols for youth programs while opposing restrictions that would effectively eliminate youth wilderness access entirely. His position was not simple or easily reduced to sound bites, and it satisfied neither those who thought all bear country should be closed to youth groups, nor those who thought that current safety protocols were already excessive and restricted outdoor recreation unnecessarily. The legal and policy changes that followed the Specimen Creek attack and similar incidents had created landscape where youth outdoor programs operated under significantly more regulation and oversight than had existed in 2025. These changes had positive effects in requiring more training, better planning, and more systematic risk assessment, but they also had negative effects in increasing costs, creating bureaucratic burdens, and potentially discouraging leaders from taking young people into genuine wilderness where most transformative experiences often occurred. Some youth development experts worried that the pendulum had swung too far toward protection and that young people were being deprived of opportunities to face real challenges, to develop genuine competence in outdoor skills, to experience the mixture of beauty and danger that characterized wild places. Others countered that any reduction in wilderness programming was acceptable price for preventing injuries or deaths that destroyed young lives and devastated families. These debates continued without resolution because they reflected fundamental disagreements about values, about acceptable risk, and about what kinds of experiences were essential for healthy human development. Troop 447 had survived the attack and its aftermath, though with significant changes in its culture, leadership, and approach to outdoor programming. The troop maintained active membership of approximately 40 boys in 2035, similar to pre-attack numbers, though with different composition as original members aged out and new boys joined, who knew about the Specimen Creek incident only as history rather than lived experience. The troop continued camping and backpacking, but had implemented protocols that exceeded Boy Scout national requirements, including mandatory wilderness first responder certification for all adult leaders, requirement for licensed professional guides when traveling in designated grizzly habitat, maximum group sizes smaller than previous practices, and extensive pre-trip assessment of local wildlife activity levels. These protocols represented the troop's attempts to honor what had happened while continuing the outdoor program that had been core to its mission since founding. Some former members criticized these changes as excessive caution that fundamentally altered the character of wilderness experience, while others felt the changes were appropriate and necessary, given hard lessons learned. The cultural memory of the Specimen Creek attack within Troop 447 was preserved through various mechanisms, including annual memorial observance on August 4th, display of photographs and artifacts from the camping trip in the troop's meeting room, inclusion of attack history in new member orientation, and continued involvement of Ethan Brooks as occasional speaker and honored alumnus. The troop leadership had deliberately chosen to remember and acknowledge the tragedy rather than trying to move past it and forget, believing that honoring what had happened and learning from it served young people better than treating it as shameful secret that should not be discussed. This openness created culture where scouts could ask questions about the attack, could express their own anxieties about outdoor risks, and could process their thoughts and feelings in supportive environment rather than having to suppress concerns out of fear of appearing weak or overly cautious. 15 years after the attack, the number of people directly affected by the Specimen Creek incident who maintained regular contact with each other had dwindled as time and distance and the natural progression of lives pulled people in different directions. The core group of Ethan Brooks, Marcus Thompson, Robert Chen, and few others remained closely connected, but most of the scouts had moved on with their lives while carrying their memories and experiences privately, rather than maintaining shared community of survivors. This gradual dissolution of the survivor community was natural and probably healthy, indicating that people had integrated their traumatic experiences rather than letting trauma define their entire lives. The 10th anniversary gathering had represented peak of coordinated remembrance, and while there was discussion of 15-year reunion, the logistics of gathering people scattered across country and the reality that most had built full lives not centered on their shared history made such gathering increasingly difficult to organize and perhaps less necessary as years passed. The question of how long trauma survivors should actively process and discuss their experiences versus when they should attempt to move forward and focus on present rather than past remained complex without single right answer. Mental health professionals generally recommended that trauma processing should continue as long as it felt helpful, and should transition to less intensive engagement once symptoms stabilized and functioning improved. For Ethan and Marcus, this meant that they still occasionally talked through aspects of their experience 15 years later when particular memories or feelings surfaced, but that such processing occurred much less frequently than during the first years after the attack. For others like Jacob Foster, who had been more severely traumatized despite not being physically injured, active processing might need to continue longer or might never fully resolve. Each person's timeline for healing was individual and could not be rushed or judged against some external standard of where they should be at various points after trauma. The broader societal memory of the Specimen Creek attack had faded substantially by 2035, the incident having been replaced in public consciousness by more recent tragedies and by the constant flow of news and information that characterized modern media environment. Occasionally, the attack would resurface in discussions about bear management or youth outdoor programming, and it remained documented in various official reports and news archives accessible to anyone seeking information about bear attacks in North America. But for most people beyond those directly affected, the incident had become, if remembered at all, merely one data point among many in understanding human-wildlife conflict, a story that might come up in conversation about wilderness risks, but that held no particular emotional weight or personal meaning. This fading of public memory was both natural and appropriate, allowing those directly involved to control their own narratives and privacy, rather than having their trauma constantly commodified for public consumption. Ethan had occasionally been approached by media outlets wanting to do anniversary stories about the attack, and he had consistently declined such opportunities, preferring to discuss wilderness safety and bear conservation in professional contexts rather than having his personal tragedy become entertainment content. The question that Ethan found himself contemplating most frequently as he moved into his 30s and established his career and family was what meaning, if any, his experience held beyond the purely personal level of his own suffering and recovery. He had survived something that should probably have killed him. The catastrophic injuries he sustained had mortality rates exceeding 50% in wilderness settings, and the fact of his survival represented both tremendous luck and excellent emergency response by Robert Chen and the helicopter paramedics. But did this survival carry some larger significance or purpose, or was it simply random outcome of random tragedy? Ethan had built meaningful career around preventing future incidents and improving human-wildlife coexistence, which gave some purpose to his experience. But he remained uncertain whether this represented genuine meaning or merely his own attempt to impose narrative structure on events that were fundamentally meaningless. His therapist had suggested that meaning was something people created rather than something inherent in events, and that Ethan's choice to find purpose in his suffering was valid regardless of whether that purpose existed independently of his interpretation. This perspective helped Ethan accept that his work was meaningful even if the attack itself had been merely random collision between human recreation and bear foraging with no deeper significance. The final truth about the Specimen Creek attack, the conclusion that everyone involved eventually reached through various paths and timelines, was that terrible things sometimes happened to good people who had done nothing wrong and who did not deserve their suffering. Robert Chen had followed proper protocols and had made reasonable decisions given available information. The scouts had behaved appropriately within the limits of their knowledge and experience. The bear had been acting on natural instinct to protect her cubs. No one deserved blame for what occurred, though human nature made it difficult to accept that tragedy could strike without identifiable fault to assign. The attack had been a confluence of circumstances that aligned in unlikely and unfortunate way, creating disaster out of elements that individually carried acceptable risk, but that combined catastrophically. This explanation satisfied no one's desire for clear causation and preventable error, but it represented the honest truth as best anyone could determine it through exhaustive investigation and analysis. As August 4th, 2035 approached, marking 15 years since the attack, Ethan Brooks prepared to return to work after vacation with his family, his summer having been spent in ways that bore little resemblance to that camping trip 15 years earlier. He worked at Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks headquarters in Helena now, managing programs related to human-wildlife conflict throughout the state, and he had become a respected voice in conservation circles for his combination of technical expertise, field experience, and personal history that gave him credibility when discussing difficult trade-offs between human safety and wildlife conservation. His left arm ached when weather changed, and would probably require additional surgery within next few years as scar tissue continued evolving, but he had learned to accommodate this limitation and rarely thought about it except when directly confronted with physical tasks that were beyond his capability. His nightmares about bears came less frequently now, perhaps once a month, rather than the weekly or nightly frequency of early years, and he had developed coping strategies that allowed him to manage his PTSD symptoms effectively enough that they did not significantly impair his functioning. On the actual anniversary date, August 4th, 2035, Ethan took the day off from work and spent it with his wife and daughter, choosing to mark the occasion privately rather than attending any public commemoration. He and his wife hiked an easy trail near Helena that featured beautiful views, but high human traffic and no significant wildlife danger, and they had picnic lunch while his 3-year-old daughter played among wildflowers and investigated insects with enthusiasm that reminded Ethan of his own childhood curiosity about nature. Watching his daughter experience simple joy in outdoor exploration created poignant contrast with Ethan's awareness of how quickly such innocent pleasure could transform into trauma, and he felt both gratitude that she had not inherited his specific fears and determination that she would grow up with healthy respect for wilderness rather than either the excessive caution that might prevent her from experiencing nature's beauty or the dangerous overconfidence that might expose her to preventable harm. Marcus Thompson called Ethan that evening, as had become their tradition on the anniversary, and the two friends spent an hour talking about their lives, their families, their work, and eventually about the camping trip and how it continued affecting them 15 years later. These conversations had become easier over the years, less dominated by raw emotion and more characterized by reflective processing that acknowledged both the trauma and the growth that had occurred subsequently. Marcus mentioned that he had recently taken his own children camping for the first time at a developed campground with full facilities and ranger presence, and that the experience had triggered more anxiety than he had expected, but that he had pushed through it because he wanted his children to enjoy the outdoors, even if he could no longer fully relax in wilderness settings. Ethan shared that he was considering returning to the Specimen Creek site on the 20-year anniversary in 2045, believing that another 5 years of healing might make such visit productive rather than destructive, though he remained uncertain about this plan. The conversation ended as it always did, with mutual expressions of gratitude for survival and friendship, and with acknowledgement that while the attack had irrevocably changed them, it had not completely defined them, and they had both built good lives despite carrying permanent scars. The story of the Specimen Creek attack, as preserved in the memories of those involved and in the scattered documentation that recorded various aspects of the incident and its aftermath, represented one small tragedy among countless others that occurred constantly throughout the world, a reminder that suffering and loss were universal human experiences that touched every life eventually in some form. The specifics of this particular tragedy involved teenage Boy Scout and Mother Grizzly Bear and wilderness camping, but the deeper themes were timeless and universal. Themes of vulnerability and resilience, of randomness and meaning, of loss and recovery, of the complex relationship between humans and the wild world that both nourished and threatened us. The attack had been horrific in its immediate violence and devastating in its long-term consequences, yet it had also revealed capacity for courage, compassion, and healing that characterized human experience at its best. Those who survived the attack carried both the weight of trauma and the strength developed through surviving, and their lives moving forward represented testimony that human beings could endure terrible suffering and still find ways to create meaning, connection, and even joy in whatever time remained to them.